Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, August the 18th. Excuse me. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Welcome, Marco Toledo, to the room, etc., and maybe to TI itself. Thank you, William. Okay. So there are not a lot of huge movers this morning. I know 63% is a huge mover, but we're not seeing any of the ones that are over 100%, 200% yet this morning. VTAC, VTAC is up this morning, receiving approval. I don't know what lock it is, but whatever it is, they received approval for it in the United Kingdom. And that has caused a massive move, 71% up, 9.7 million in the float. Thank you, Ozzy, in our YouTube room. All right. Well, good sound so far. And I'm still going to experiment later on, guys, with Discord. Okay. Done it a few things on the weekend. SGD. Now, I think this is sort of a rehashing of the crypto news. I believe this is when they first started saying they'd be looking at an alt currency or an altcoin. Sorry, altcoin right here. I know it's an earnings play, but it doesn't really matter. I know they lost, but I think what it is evaluating potential cryptocurrency treasury reserve opportunity. But I think that this was the news last time a few weeks ago or a few days ago. So just kind of rehashing it probably. Anyway, it's through the 200-day moving average though. Look at the daily chart, my green line, that is a 200-day moving average. Guys, okay, a couple of cheap earnings plays that I may or may not take on the open, okay? I was reasonably successful last week with a couple of them. When I say reasonably, they worked, but they didn't last. They didn't keep moving higher, but I was able to take advantage of a little bit of a gain. So this is what I'm talking about, the Cargo, CRGO. Just give me one moment, please. Excuse me. Cargo, CRGO, and this is an earnings play. And take a look at it on a monthly chart. I think it's got a little bit of room. Yeah, well, it's got a lot of room if it really gets going. It's up 10%, excuse me, 10%. Israeli stock, not a ton of volume, but it could be one of those that when the market opens, it could have like a quick run, as long as it doesn't give too much back on the in the pre-market. Pre-market high was about 380. The other one I saw was DOYU, China daily chart here. Yeah, I mean it's got some room. I mean it's an $8 stock, 818. If it can take out 818, and it's got some room to the 870 mark. Again, these are potential openers right at the or stocks I look at right off the open. Okay, and that's the VOYU and CRGO. Not too many earnings plays. Here they are. The NVFY getting hammered down on earnings. Now I'm hearing run. Now the Solar's had a tremendous run on Friday. Take a look at TAN ETF for the Solar. Yeah, so TAN is still, excuse me, TAN is still up a couple of percent right here, 2%, 2.2% right here. So that's the ETF for the solar sector. And so Run was the absolute leader. I mean, it is what is it up now? 5%. But it had just a tremendous, even in comparison with the other solar plays. And I don't think I saw any news specifically to it. Okay. Trade of the week, guys, is Bull. It's a rehash of, I think it was a trade of the week a few weeks ago. I think that's what Steve said. The trigger is 16.50. Now, I know it's at 16.25 right now. I mean, it's up to you if you want to take it right now. Technically, it has to be above, it has to be 16.15 during the market hour. So, say 9:30 this morning, technically. But it's up to you if you want to take it right now. There's a lot of volume. 1640, 1640 is the next high looking left. Yeah, our super penny or super sub $1 stock buys, ASBP, up 105%. I don't typically look at these stocks at all, but I know some of you do. So here it is, ASBP, and announces results. File of sublingual aspirin product. I don't know what phase it is, but it doesn't really, well, it doesn't really matter. This is just a penny pumper right now, 36 cents up to 75 cents right now. XNet, boy, another continuation day, guys. So XNet had earnings a couple of days ago. Nice move. That was Thursday. There's Friday's action, and now Monday. Wow, that's a great 3 day continuation so far. If there's any other news on it other than the fact that it's just continuation of earnings, don't see anything yet. Just trading higher on continued strength. APLD, APLD popping up here now. My gappers. Next high looking left is 15. A little bit of room then. APLD plans to raise or target raise to 23 from 12 at Craig Hallam. I guess that is the also they're going to break ground on a $3 billion Polaris Forge 2 campus. Okay, so that is that's the news on it. And then Craig Hallam has raised its target from 12 to 23, and that is for EPLD. Doesn't mean it's going to get to 23. Guess I should put the trade of the week up here. Yeah, 1615. NVO, no, okay, so let's take a look at him. So I see your news on Nova, not Novartis, but Novo. So it's driving this down. Okay, so this is nothing to do with weight loss. Weight loss medicine has been approved to treat a serious form of liver disease. Interesting. And him and her is sued for securities law violations. Different law firms are coming out. All right, guys. Well, VTAC. Okay, VTAC's now another new high in the pre-market. Well, sorry, it is not. This has got up to 529, back down to 539. Oh, I see. So it's a medical device. Okay, so lock. I thought it might have been some kind of a security device, but this is a medical device. That is for the VTAC. Your lock and key. Yeah, the same ones over and over and over again, William. Same ones in terms of the law firms always appearing with class action suits. SHCO, Soho. Okay, it's going private. So this is the deal to go private, I guess, for Soho. Okay, I don't understand. Dayforce surges after. I saw this earlier. So Dayforce is Day, trying to figure out why this is being lumped in with it. Soho is being lumped in with it. Yeah, so Day is a potential or buyout. Well, develop. If you can see my screen here, these are the ones that are moving in the pre-market, VTAC, and I'm not saying they're just ideas. That's all they are. VTAC and SNG. I'm talking to develop in our YouTube room. I mentioned cargo as a potential. Remember, this is just potential. This is an earnings play. It's a cheap earnings play. A couple of them, DOYU. I don't see it here, and cargo. A couple of cheap earnings plays that may lift right on the open. Run is continuing here, guys. So where is the next high for run on a monthly chart? So on a monthly chart, wow, it still has room. $17 on a monthly chart. It still has room. This is a big continuation from all the solars on Friday. Well, there's no I develop as you know. I'm not going to say entry now. I'm just saying watch it on the open. Just watch it on the open. I'm just saying these are a couple of DOYU and cargo. They could run right at the open. These cheap earnings plays. That's all. IOBT. Just looking, I don't see any news on this one. It's up 13%. Huge volume. I thought I did see some news. I think they released earnings last week, August 8th. Might be just a continuation of earnings. And Bitcoin, guys, Bitcoin is still weakening. Look at IBIT. Yeah, Bitcoin is still weakening. We had, I think the all-time high was up here for Bitcoin. I'm using IBIT as a proxy. IBIT, almost $70, down to 65 now. My weekend fine. My weekend was fine. Thank you. NMTC, another sub $1 play. I think, no, it isn't. I thought maybe FMST was another one of those cheap earnings plays, but it is not. Now, look at this. Yeah, 320. 320 is the next high. PPCB, I think that might be a pink sheet stock, right? I don't think, I'm not looking at the pinks. I think it might be. Yeah, so it's a pink sheet stock, a lot of volume. So, D, are you talking about PPCB? Oh, yeah. So this is actually a Nasdaq stock now. Okay, so it is a Nasdaq stock. Okay, it is not a pink sheet stock anymore. I'm gonna just have to let the guys know that. Give me one moment, guys. There was a question about it in our Slack thread. All right, so that won't show up for me, you see, because I don't have. If I do this, I'm sure it'll show up. If I do, I didn't. I don't look at the pinks, but take a look at this. Probably going to show up now. There it is. But it's not really at front now. That's only because we still have it listed as a pink sheet stock. So PPCB for sure. Yeah, for sure. I guess we got to keep an eye on that one. Problem is, and I'm going to get all these other pinks that I don't care about. So uplisting to the Nasdaq. So is that full Nasdaq? Chris is saying Nasdaq slash or hyphen CM. I don't know. Is that that's a designation within Nasdaq, or is it full Nasdaq? I heard this XPON earlier this morning, guys. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, big, massive pop. Or that was, excuse me, that was 2 days ago. This morning, yeah, I had a pop in the drop. XPON still now. Wow. Look at the room it's got, obviously, when you look left, 550, the next high. Good volume already. Definitely one to keep an eye on, guys. With all that room looking left, was an earnings play. Thank you, D. Yeah, somebody mentioned Wolf earlier. Okay, guys, 9:20. Well, almost snuck up on me. So markets were, yeah, kind of blah on Friday. So let's take a look at XLE and take a look at just always checking the energy sector and, well, trying to get a little bit closer to that 200-day moving average. So I think it's the only one. It's the only, well, no, obviously, well, healthcare is starting to put on a little rally here, guys, actually. Healthcare has not, so 139.87. So it's within $3 now of the 200-day moving average. It's had an actually it's had a pretty good run over about a week and a half. It was like XLV was 127 about a week and a half ago, 136 today. It's a good run. So the healthcare sector is starting to perk up a bit anyway. Yeah, retail, I'm just looking at retail. Yeah, retail is far enough away. So really, so there are only two major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Well, I'm gonna thumbnail that one on my other monitor, okay? Because I do not want to see a bunch of. I don't have to worry about it when I get my other when I get my other layout running. I just don't want to see a bunch of pink sheet stocks in here. So not really. This is probably one and NEXOF. I have pink sheeter. Go to Japan. How ugly is that daily chart? My goodness. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout I'm going to use once this market opens at 9:30 up and running. So I do not want. So just give me a moment, guys, as I load the layout I use once this market opens at 9:30. Okay, guys, so here are the top six in that list, not including, of course, the PPCB, which we have still listed as a pink sheet stock, but Not sure I mentioned, the SNGX, guys. I think I forgot to mention the SNGX. Well, let's take a look at it on a daily chart. Yeah, so on a daily chart, it's got some room. I think I might have mentioned, I think I looked at it and I thought, well, it's gotta get through 4. If it gets through 4, 433, it'd be a little too close, but yeah, I mean, if it gets through 4, I mean, there would be, 538 would be sort of the fantasy level. And then here is that NMTC. NMTC is now just over $1. That's why it's showing up here. GDRX. Yeah, wow, this could be a lot of volume in this one. A lot of volume on this one. 3.7 million through the 200-day moving average. Next high is 489 and 5. So there might be too much resistance short term anyway for GDRX. This is a potential buyout for day. BMNR may soar on Bitcoin down. Okay, I don't know. I don't know from developing our YouTube room. Okay, we can see a bit of a pullback now for VTAK underneath the VWAP. Getting closer to the 200-day moving average. I'm sorry, it is not even close to. I thought the price was up here. So I mean, the 200-day moving average is way above it. So William, you said BTAI did a financing. So far, if they did a financing, it certainly hasn't hurt the stock at all. And jumping this morning, positive FDA feedback on its Alzheimer-linked drug application. Drug application, okay? Well, the next high for it is 741, so I guess there is some room for BTAI. And a lot of volume, 17 million. Just filed it? Okay. Yes, less than a minute. Thank you, RC. So, guys, less than a minute for this market to well, the 9:30 open. I typically don't trade in the first. Let's first of all, let's have a great start to the trading week. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception depending on how that CRGO or and the DOYU trade right off the bat. Intel, Intel, no Intel down. Okay, so XNet continuing, guys. There's the VTAC. So the VTAC's making a 930 high. Okay, let me take a look at this cargo, see how it's trading. Yeah, not a lot of volume yet. Just give me one moment, please. So here's some early movers, guys, in the momentum scan right off the bat. There's IQ. IQ. Solar Play, Sedge was a big mover, of course, on Friday with a lot of the other solars. SEDG, another taking out, well, right at the high of Friday. I'm sorry, above the, yeah, right at the high of Friday, well above the close on Friday. Okay, PPCB, PPCB. I have it thumbnailed, but it's not going to show up anywhere for me all day because we still have it listed as a pink sheet stock. It's 608. The next high, it's got room. I mean, $10. I'm not saying it's going to get there. And what's the look at the volume? 3 million. Well, well, look at the relative volume. 3.1 million times normal. Well, it's moving, guys. PPCB is definitely moving. The 200, the VWAP is at 762, way above it. Now, of course, this got up to 1352 in the pre-market, and then it got cut in half. More than got cut in half. IPA, not the drink, but IPA. IPA on the move here, guys. And this SNGX, I thought might struggle to get through four. There is the next. Well, actually, there's okay. There is the next high on the daily chart, but it's still got to get through four. That is SNGX. Okay, keep an eye on the other one is not moving yet, but let's take a look at DOYU. Yeah, so it's got to get through 820 anyway. So I'll put a price alert in that area. If it gets through 820, then the next high is up here at around 870. And it's DOYU. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it just, automatically, but I want to see if it gets there, number one. IOBT continues to move. There is the next high, 287. So that's pretty close. That's if I backed out on this daily chart far enough, back far enough, I would say a daily high right there at 287. I'm going to look at the monthly chart to see what month that was. Wow, I got to go back a few months. Got to go back to February of 2023 to see that high on a daily chart for IOBT. And we've got some halts. So, expensive one though. TNXP. TNXP halted on the way down. Ooh, something happened there for TNXP. Hey guys, and I'm waiting for this one to start to give me some alerts. The gap continuation reversal. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45 by design. Okay, OTLK. I don't see any news on it today. OTLK just moving, a big move. Had earnings a few days ago, but I doubt if it's because of earnings. But anyway, OTLK, nice continuation now from Thursday's action. Friday kind of did nothing. Probably a low float. Yeah, 20 million in the float. Wow, PPCB, guys. Lost sight of it. I did lose sight of it. That's the problem. It wasn't on here. Through the VWAP now, the next high is at 1042. It did get up to 1366 in the pre-market. Okay, wow. Keep an eye on this one. This one, I guess, has some room. Certainly, CHSN definitely all in a downtrend, as you can see, but it got halted on the way up, and the halt was at 311. No big clue as to where it could open right now. This first time I'm showing this screen. This blue screen you're seeing here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Halt price is there, 311. Can't see the symbol, but it is CHCN. And I thought it might have, no, not quite resuming yet. There is the potential open this column. No big clue, as I say. And that is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Wow, PPCB. Oh, what a move. Meanwhile, what are the markets doing? SPY's down a little, Dow's up a little, Qs are down a little. Nothing, no big action yet. Okay, guys, VTAC. Take a look at VTAC now. It had a pretty decent pullback, still underneath that VWAP, but it's trying to bounce a bit here now. There's the VWAP is at 447, so let's put a price alert just a little bit above it and see if it takes it out and has a bit of a run from there. And that is VTAK. All right, CHSN just came out of its halt. No, yeah, no big action really. Not a lot of volume right now. Yeah, it certainly did not pop. I mean, here's your bid ask right now, 295, and starting to drop. So, and starting to drop even more. Split today? Okay, thank you, D. So I do see FDA, well, it popped up and then right back down. So this was an orphan drug, FDA orphan drug tag. PPCB. I've missed the boat on that one. There's the X-Pon. Yeah, X-Pon. Well, it's got room. Okay, this one obviously has room, guys. I mean, the next high looking left is 550. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but it's got a ton of room. Hanging over two. The high of Friday was 205. Low float, 3.3 million in the float. Oh man. Well, if you took PPCB, congratulations. I was looking at it just around the sixth level. I just lost sight of it. I've got a mark down here. My saying take it, try to take it around 640. I said to myself. Well, not. I wrote it down. Okay, guys. Yeah, Wolf. WULF. Lots of news last week on it with Google right here. Little continuation on Friday. Continuation today for the Wolf. WULF. Not a low float though. That was the interesting thing about it. Big percentage moves, even though the float was very high, quite high. So hanging over 10, where could it go if we look at a monthly chart? Can't see anything on the monthly chart. We'll get back a while. So I have to go back to February, excuse me, the month of March in 2022. Well, the longer it holds over 10 for this wolf, WULF, I think it'll attract a lot of attention. Yeah, I'm definitely liking wolf. The longer it holds over 10, really doesn't have that much resistance short term or near term. There you go, Grumpy. Ah, fossil. This was a big one. Look at this. So tremendous continuation off earnings, guys. This is the third day. Cheap stock here. There's a daily high somewhere. A red line. It doesn't look like the cargo is going to do it, nor the DOYU. Not early anyway. Not off the bat. Wow, NNE guys, this is kind of getting beaten up here. Not kind of. They fall 10% after Landenberg Thalmann double downgrades to sell from buy. Double downgrades to sell from a buy. So they must have had a buy rating on it before. And now they've hitting the stock hard on their sell rate. They must have some clout. Lowers price target to 9. Oh my gosh. Ah, this is one of the big this is one of the big stocks in this sector. Take a look at SMR, see if it's been affected by that. Not as much, but it's still weak. But look at SMR. I mean, it has been in a downtrend also. Boom, there goes Wolf, guys. Okay, GDRX, guys. GDRX. This is on the move now. Gap up and go. So VTAI, maybe now it's coming to that financing a bit. Wolf, guys. WULF. Like the way it was holding that 10 level. Okay, what is the market doing? So the market right now, SPY is mildly positive. Now it's up a bit. Qs are down a bit. So still not big, pretty big bar right here, though. Okay, there's that move on VTAC now. Still underneath the VWAP. 440 or so is the VWAP. 444. Okay, guys, here's an earnings play. HSAI earnings play today. At least that's what we have. High on Friday was 27.82. So it's got some room. HSAI. Well, 94 million in the float. Not low, not high. Spread is good. 12.18. Not bad. Not bad. 13.19. Not bad. Check what's going on with RSLS. Okay, DJ from our main room. Um, Nothing. Maybe what did they switch symbols or something? Maybe change symbols today. Yeah, it's gotta be something like it's either that or they've gone private, RSLS. Reverse split last week, but it's not trading at all today. So it's very strange. I mean, I don't see any. Yeah, I can't bring up any news on it, but it looks like it stopped trading as RSLS. I mean, you can see the trading in the afternoon after hours on Friday, but no trading yet today. So I don't know what's going on. Some got to be some news somewhere. Maybe again a symbol name change. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. I can't even. I can't bring it up on Interactive Brokers. It's not loading into my order entry. Let me try one more time. Yeah. So no idea. Okay. So thank you. So somebody just told me. So they closed the merger on Friday. And so the combined company will be named Viome. Will start trading on Nasdaq under the ticker HIND on Friday. So so it is trading as a H. I guess they meant on Friday, last Friday. I guess. So that's what it is. Thank you. So it was a merger, and then they're trading under this now. So HIND. Morning, Jason, in our YouTube room. It's a cheap earnings play, guys. ATAI. Let's see what room it's got. Not much. Too bad. ATAI. Okay, guys, I see there are a couple from the Pepe Combo scan, the GDRX. I'm going to go, what time is it now? 9:54. I'm going to go over the scans that I'm currently sharing. A couple right there. No movement yet. JBS, and let's see, JBS at 1510. No movement yet. And GDRX at 506. No big movement yet. You got to be kidding me, William, in our main room. Citron coming out with a $40 target on Palantir, PLTR. Is that a misprint? For you're saying $40, $40, okay? Here it is. Citron Research issues report titled "If OpenAI is valued at 500 billion, that puts Palantir at 40, and that's generous." Well, that's kind of funny. The low 173.30, 173.30 is the next low looking left. And if it can take that out, 170, of course, that would be the massive level to take out if we did that. Say 171, because then underneath is 158. Hmm. Well, this was the news on the 17th. I know everybody saw this, but Palantir just won a $10 billion order from the U.S. Army. It's a big float, of course, 2 billion in the float. Remember when Citron swore off going short after GME 5 years ago or 4 years ago now? They swore off. That was it. They were not going to be a short seller anymore. That's Andrew left, right? Isn't that Citron? Well, I mean, there's no question. I mean, before they came out with this, or did they come out with this earlier last week even? But, it's been in a downtrend. I mean, 190 down to 173, with or without Citron's help. Not seeing much now, guys. Well, it's 9:58, so I think I will go over my homepage now. Give me a moment. All right, guys, keep an eye on the SNGX. Keep an eye on the SNGX. It's still kind of moving around the VWAP. Okay, the VWAP is at 395. So put a price alert around the 405 mark and see if it can take off from there. Had some news. FDA's orphan drug tag for this disease therapy. Yeah, he said last week that he was talking 80K, right? Float back to the 80K level. Okay, guys, homepage time. Okay, clicking on my homepage link. So this is wrong, guys. So the 25% is no longer valid. So that'll be actually 15%. So if you do want to take out a subscription now, you use Barry 15, not Barry 25. Okay, you'll get 15% off the first month or the entire year. Please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future. Helps to keep the room free. Everyone gets credit for the subscription. Company tracks the promo codes to see enough people using my code, they'll keep the room free. Scroll down here. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. How is it doing now? I know it. So it did trigger. I mean, it was our. So the trigger was 16.15. Okay, and I know it was above that in the pre-market. What did it get down to here? So I mean, it had a quick pop, a great pop up, but now it's floating back. So I don't know what's going to happen with it now, but that is the trade of the week. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you call or before you email us saying, "Hey, where is it? I just signed up." Please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And scroll down till you get to the education section. First thing to do when you do take out a subscription is these short videos. Okay, these short videos entitled Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Okay, it's a software program, bit of a learning curve, but we try to make it easy to get you started at least with these short videos. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, maybe wondering if it's the right fit for you, take a look at these videos. Don't do the first one, but do the subsequent ones, and that might give you an idea about whether or not you do want to take out a subscription. Okay, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. This is all free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. Last, look, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down, middle section, and here they are. Look what happened with the SNGX guys as I was, wow, too bad. Bad timing on me, on my part for talking about this. That's okay. So remember I said maybe put a price limit around 406. Boy, it just absolutely exploded through that. Oh man. Oh, well, that's the nature of the beast sometimes. All right. Well, taking a look at my scans. So this is the biggest change in 5 minutes. You can see that SNGX is leading the way at 13%. I'm going to go over this a little bit later. Also, though, if you see a negative number, this is how you can look at something like this. You see a negative number, that means it's pulling back. It's still a strong stock that is pulling back. Okay. I also have the equivalent in 2 minutes. I don't have it up and running, but if you want 2 minutes, you want them both, you can have them both. Just give me a moment, please, guys. My music is cutting in and out. Hopefully, my sound is not cutting in and out. So here's the momentum scan right here. Right here, the momentum scan is right over here. I've made a minor change. I only want to see the stock no more than once a minute if it makes a new high. You don't have to do the same thing. So for instance, on the SGNX, as it was making new high after new high after new high, you would have seen it over and over again. You don't have to do the same thing I'm doing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market axis up and down. That continuation or reversal scan is looking like this right here. And then the other one have on my other monitor that I do pay attention to is the combo scan. The Pepe combo scan is right here. And there is the halts resumes. I see NB was halted and resumed. Give me a moment. I want to take a look at that one. Now, uh, uh, as long as we're going to keep this room for a while, and I'm going to again experiment with Discord this afternoon. But if you save my homepage link, there's how you get into the trading room. Okay. This is the main room. There's two rooms. I'm moderating a YouTube room and then what I call the main room. And you have to do that every day. So you can't, yeah, you have to come into you have to load this link and then get in every day. You can't kind of save it. Hmm. Okay, guys, I better do a sound check. I know something happened on my end on my music, but I just want to do a sound check. Can anybody hear me in either room? Okay. So it must be you, Rick. Okay, thanks. So Rick, okay, guys. I just want to continue. Wow, here's SUUN. Well, big miss, obviously, on my part on the SNGX, but hopefully, if you guys did put a price alert, just a little over that four level, you saw it, you might have taken it and looked at this. There's the reentry price. There is the reentry on. Okay, great, Rick. There's the reentry price for the SNGX. It actually hit the stop, and then it came back halfway between the original alert price and the stop, which was 404. So that's one of the reasons why I was looking at over, excuse me, over four, and it still has room. I mean, I'm saying it's going to get there, but still has room. 541 is the next high. Looking left. So first of all, if you're new to all this, to either room, YouTube or the main room, welcome. Now the main room is open. Look at this move. The main room is open at 7:30 Eastern Time. Chris Varley at Trade Ideas. He opens the room at 7:30. I get on the mic at about 9. Why not 7:30? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So I get on the mic at about 9. For YouTube, I try to open the room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. Okay, and then of course I'm on the mic at 9. And I usually go sometime between up until about 2 to 2:30 Eastern. When I do leave, though, many times William will keep the room open after I leave. It's up to him. Not obligated to do it, and find out later on at what point he's going to keep the room open after I leave if he's going to do that. Okay. So on a big day, the room is open. The main room is open from 7:30 to 4. So William probably going to keep the room open till at least 4. Palantir has not Palantir. Palo Alto has earnings after hours. It's a big one. Big one. In other words, a company that a lot of people know about. Okay, guys, Yext is on the move. I did see this one earlier. YEXT is on the move now. And this is off. Oh, okay, this is sort of well, where are they out of? They're out of the States. Okay. CEO is proposed taking the company private. So it's very, so it's well, I don't, I guess we can. I mean, he's saying that, so whether it happens or not, so it's not a rumor that he's saying that, but it may not happen. Of course, at $9 a share, by all the outstanding, he's got some money. How many shares are out there? He's got some money, I guess. Now, whether it's all him doing it is another thing, but and now here, okay, this is what I wanted to point out to you. You see where it says SNGX minus 5%? Here's how you here's how you can look at something like this for pullback plays, okay? You bring up the SNGX again, and you can see what's happened. It's pulling back, okay? So if you missed it the first time, maybe it's pulling back into an area that you like, maybe to the VWAP, or maybe there's a moving average on your chart that you like, or a certain area that you like. So then here's how you can use this to find potential pullback plays. These are so strong stocks. They're these stocks. Well, most of the time anyway. The odd time we're going to see something in red, but most of the time, if it's in green, it means the stock is still up for the day, but it is pulling back. Okay. Uh, the darker the green, all that means it's up more. So SNGX is up more than SUUN. Okay, that's all it means. This is up 61%, and SUUN is up, I think, 28%. That's all it means. So Duolingo is still, yeah. Well, it did get hammered down. That's right. The last time I saw this, this was up here. This was an earnings play, and it was. I think this might have been an all-time high. Boy, since then, 468 under 306. Now it's trying to come back, but I'm not sure what happened here. Ah, this is what happened a couple of years ago. I think AI was going to basically replace Duolingo. I think even Goldman Sachs. I think the stock was around in the $70 level, and it had a big drop when Goldman said, "You know what? We think that AI is basically going to replace a stock like this or a company like this." See if I can find that on a monthly chart. Oops, weekly chart. I have to go back a while. This was when it was. Let's say it was in this area here. I think Goldman sort of trashed it right around here. But look what happened afterwards. It just shrugged that off. And of course, went on a tremendous run, but that's kind of cropping up again. Oh, I use Duolingo and I use the free version, so it's pretty awesome. So here we go. So why AI fears are overblown? Got a bunch of a duo, so two, City Research and KeyBank. So big price targets, 400 and 460. Wolf Guys is right back up. WULF is right back up. Learning English, Rick. It's actually English. That's not my first language. So What happened with the MB? Icelandic. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep that out there for a while. Okay, guys. So I want to demonstrate the power of trade ideas. What I think really separates us from virtually all other programs, well, especially the screening programs. Okay. So if I look at this momentum scan, so this is what this scan is looking for. I'm going to click on configure and then summary. So in this scan, if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 20, that means it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. 500,000 shares minimum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And the price has to be up at least 2% from yesterday, in this case, Friday's close. Okay. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So the last time that happened was at 10:09 plus 20, well, 10:09. So since then, and it's now 10:18. So over the last 9 minutes, no stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Again, these are real time alerts you're seeing. So many screening programs are out there that you can buy. Nothing wrong with a screening program, but we take it that one step further, applying, you're going to take the filter values and then apply what we call a trigger. In this case, the trigger is a new high for the day. We have many other real time alerts. We'll take a look at them. And that I think is what really sets us apart. Now, of course, we can screen. Screening is typically used for, show me the stocks that are up the most today, show me the stocks that are down the most today, show me the stocks that are moving the most in a 5 minute period. This is what this one is showing you. MB now is down 12% in a 5 minute period. GDRX is up 4% in a 5 minute period. That's a typical use of a screener. So of course we can screen all sorts of different screening parameters you can use, but we can take the values that you're using in your filters, your screeners, and then apply a trigger. In this case, a new high of the day. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. The only change I made was only show me the stock if it makes a new high, not every second, but every minute. There's still real time alerts. Okay. And it's just a matter of there's a setting you can use to sort of restrict how many times you're going to see the stock. And I don't want to see it over and over and over again. Still see it, okay? Every time it made a new high, we'll see it, but it was a every had to make an. So, for instance, right there, 10:03:21. Trying to think of what happened here. I think it might have been. Then it jumped. It just absolutely jumped. But anyway, you don't have to do the 1 minute. I should show you what I'm talking about. You see, it's not on here because I broke it out, but you see, we have something. If you right click on an alert window and go to properties and then don't repeat, this is a drop down. So if you check it, you'll see the time frame. So that's what I did. I said 1 minute. Some of them I have for a day, and I'll explain why I do that. But you can pick your time frame. So for instance, this is going to tell me every time it made a new low in this particular case, over and over and over again. But this is the don't repeat version of that. So I see it the first time. And I can go back and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? This is a gap down and go, 10:03. The alert was at 7:50. I mean, it didn't move that much. It got down to 7:44, but it could later on continue down. And that's that. And why would I use don't repeat? Because I can go back and say, okay, or look and say to myself, well, what did it do from there? Now I have a delay on this. I don't want to see any alerts before 9:45. That's what I, that's just a setting I've got. They're all real time alerts. Okay. But I just don't want to see anything in this scan before 9:45. So what happened to NNE as an example? 9:45 was the alert as a gap down and go, 3165. So it didn't really move down that much more. It actually bounced from there. So let me go over this gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay. Now, we will not be getting as many as we've had over the last 3 weeks because we're definitely getting outside of earnings season. I mean, there's still some earnings plays. Okay. Yeah, just go to your account, Dak. I mean, I know it happens every now and then. Just do a reset. Usually but otherwise, just wait. It will come back. No, I don't back test anything, Rick. I just want to see the alerts. Okay, if I back tested this, it'd be awful. I don't back test at all. A couple of reasons. I don't have the time. I just don't have the time to do it. It's an interesting tool, and you have to be a premium subscriber. So the question is, from our main room, do I back test? And back testing, you can take a strategy that or a scan that you've created, and then you can kind of go back maximum 63 days to see, okay, what would have happened if I took every single alert that happened in that scan? What would happen? And you can get an equity curve, see if it's any good. Then you can try to optimize it. Maybe you might look and say, well, there's a good time frame I should be taking these, or maybe a price range or things like that. But if you've got the time, it's fun. It is fun to do, but I don't have the time. The problem is that you can even get it so the back tester looks pretty good, and then all of a sudden, 2 or 3 days later, it doesn't look so good, and so you have to go back and tweak it. I just don't have the time. So that's not to dissuade anybody from doing it, but very few of our customers do it. It's I guess we'll call it's an advanced option within Trade Ideas. So this is the multi-strategy window. That's why it says M in the upper left-hand corner. So the typical use of a multi-strategy window, if you only have, say, one monitor and you've got several alert windows on your screen and you want to combine them into one screen, into one window, you can do that using the multi-strategy window. Now, I don't have that problem. I've got enough screen space for three big monitors, but I do like to sometimes put similar scans into a multi-strategy window. And obviously, these are gap scans. And here are the four of them. Step up and go. So at the time of the alert, the stock had gapped up and it was moving higher at the time of the alert. Doesn't mean it's going to continue. Gap down and reverse, and it gapped down and started to reverse. Gap up and reverse. Gapped up and started to reverse, and then the gap down and go. The gap down, and at the time of the alert, it was moving down. Now again, these get triggered. Doesn't mean they're going to keep going in the direction. Also on the reversals. So if all you wanted to do was look at reversal plays, then you could uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go, as an example. You just uncheck them. If you only wanted, maybe you don't want to go short anything. Well, there's a W. Maybe you don't want to go short anything. So you would just you would uncheck the gap up and reverse and the gap down and go, as an example. This is up to you, but that's what a multi-strategy window does. So this is a trading room, but it's all both rooms. Right? Sorry, YouTubers, I kind of forget that I'm starting YouTube. Well, I've been doing it now for about 3 weeks. I used to do it quite a while ago, but I stopped. But I'm resurrected it about 3 weeks ago. So this is a excuse me. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm doing something like if it, in a trade that requires my 100% attention, or I'm doing something else, I'll let you know. But typically, I can answer questions all day long. And now, if it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay, so don't be shy. You can ask me questions. There you go, Rick. So yeah, so uh, you can you pick the time frame. You don't want to now with a scan like this. There are lots and lots of alerts over the course of 3 months. But you don't wanna get into cherry picking. In other words, you don't wanna fine tune it so much that you find, there were 4 trades over the la and if I just taken those 4 trades in, between 10 o'clock and 10:05. Okay, guys, next, let's take a look at this one a little more closely, YEXT. Let's take a look start on the monthly chart. So there is a high. I think I went through this exercise. I think it's quite, no, I didn't go through this exercise. September of 2023. Okay, so about 2 years ago, there was a high. I guess the monthly high right here. That actually is the next. That's so with the day within this month, that was the high. So the high of the month and the high. Okay, so that is 934. So I don't know. Is it a couple of years ago going to stall it? It's not an earnings play. It has earnings coming up in September. Oh, right. I'm sorry. This is the one where the CEO is offering is considering taking the company public or private at $9. So that's right. I'll forget about that then. So MB, so it got halted, it ripped higher, it came back down, and then it just got halted again on the way up for MB. Oh, this one I think is new. CUPR, new. I don't think I saw that earlier. Wow. Was this an earnings play? No, it was not a. Now, was this one of those? Okay, I think this is one of those, you know, China and Singapore stocks that just get, have these moves that really, you don't really see any news. And then one day they just get hammered down on really no news. And you can see what happened on Friday. It was at 9:45. It closed down here at 117. ATLN guys. So this just got on the way down. Halted on the way down. ATLN just got halted on the way down. All right. Now, here's what if you look at the SNGX, you can see there's the VWAP. The VWAP is at there's the VWAP. You can see if you can see that purple line on my chart that I'm kind of hovering over. That is the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can see that SNGX. You got into the VWAP, and I mean, it looks like it's trying to hold it. Okay, so will that act as support and then bounce off it? Very low float, 2.5 million in the float. Look at the relative volume, 94. Means it's trading 95 times normal up to this time of day. 69 million shares are traded. And there was news. So there was news to, sustain the volume, should be strong all day long just because of the news. Okay, CCOI, this is an example of a gap up and go. And the high right there is $41. So there is room for this one, CCOI. So you're the second person, Z. We do a sound check, guys. I just want to do another sound check. I wonder if it was, because something happened on my end about half an hour ago. My music started to stop and then it came back. So I just want to do a sound check. Sounds fine. So when you say fine, where's Pepe? Again, I'm going to take a look at Discord later on. Pepe lurks usually. That's well, usually when I beckon him. Ah, there you go. You see, it was clearer earlier. So that means it's starting to degrade. And I have a feeling, I wonder, was it about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago? Because something happened on my end with my music. Let me try something here, but I'm going to go back to Discord. Um, maybe 2:30. If you guys can help a little bit. Just give me a moment. How about now? Just out of curiosity, I just stopped my music player, completely stopped it. I wonder that could be the culprit. Hmm. So Maverick. Yeah, I really think Pepe has to get a new computer. No, Jamie, I'm not in Discord yet. Okay, this is going to be a test. We tested it a little bit on Friday afternoon. Okay, so Jamie, this is in our YouTube room. I'm going to probably go around 2 o'clock Eastern time, two to 2:15. We're still testing it. You know what? That's another reason, Pepe, that we just may have to go to Discord because he has been a no-show. I don't understand. I hope there's nothing gone wrong, like him personally. I've sent 3 emails. So with that in mind, Pepe, I mean, if something really went wrong with the room, we'd be toast. I'd have to definitely go over to Discord and figure out how to do it. Yeah, but he doesn't. He can't take. He's the only. He's a sole practitioner. Maybe ice. Uh, yeah, not really. Yes, I shouldn't have. Okay, guys, WGRX. Wow, big move. I didn't see this until now because it was under $1, but big move now. WGRX. A lot of volume coming in. It started today at 67 cents. There's a high right there that take a look at it. How much further could it go? And the answer is 104 is there. Wow, it's got some room, guys. 130. I mean, if it got to 130 and 173, so there is some room. Excuse me for this WGRX. And I don't know what the news is. It says it terminated a $50 million. This was on the 14th, though. This was on the 14th. So this was news on the 14th. Just don't want to. I mean, it's at the VWAP right now, guys. Well, a little over the VWAP. 97 cents is the VWAP. Okay. Let's say call it $1, and that is for the WGRX. what I don't want to chase it right now. What I'd like to see, maybe it pulls back a little bit and then bursts through again. Well, Dak, I know that you have, what's your price? What's your minimum price? I'm talking to Dak in our YouTube, our main room. What's your minimum price? Because it did come from 68 cents this morning. It doesn't show up for me because I only see stocks over a dollar. Give me a moment, guys. All right, now you know what? There are shares available for me at Interactive Brokers to short this GDRX. It hit that little resistance area, that little R on my. I think I wonder if that R still only shows up if it's from a multi strategy window because that is the next high looking left on a daily chart. Really, Chrome, Edge, Firefox. Yeah, that's oh, I know it is. I know RAI is going long, and it didn't really pop through. I mean, it was okay because the alert was at 476, and it got up to five, but nothing spectacular. This might, yeah, it's not a low float. I mean, this could be one later on in the day as long as it holds this out level. So this is for Pepe. So I all I could find out on Discord in order to increase, and I saw this late last night, I was too tired to continue, was it has to be, staged, like, not, you I click on voice in Discord, but it has to be something that's called stage and then community, and then that's how I can get more it appears I can get more users into the room, that can see my screen. You know what, guys? You know what actually did move? It took a while. I forgot about it, but the DOYU when it did break over 8, this was I was talking about this in the pre-market as one of those ones cheap earnings plays, but I was looking for maybe the move right at market open. Didn't happen, so I kind of lost sight of it. Guess I shouldn't have. So this is last month's high, or there was a Yeah, well, look, if it can get through, say, 520, like 513, 520, you can look at left. Then the next high is around 550 or so on a monthly chart. But you can see last month's high was 512, so it's right there. The month before that was 511. The month before, well, not 3 months before that one, it was 521. Missed it. Gonna get GDRX at 510. The SNGX, I mean, it's been I mean, we were just talking about this, guys. I mean, if you're a VWAP type player, look what it did. I mean, it got right into the VWAP. Does this work all the time? Of course not. But we were talking about this, about 10 minutes ago. And if you could see the purple line on my 5 minute chart, that is the VWAP. And it got into the VWAP and it bounced hard off it. Hard. And again, that was a way in which you can use what you're seeing right here, the change in 5 minutes. You see a negative number, click on it. And that's exactly what it was doing. You click on it and we could see that it was coming into the VWAP. Now, does this work all the time, bouncing off the VWAP like this? Of course not. But you could do things like, okay, you put your stop just underneath the VWAP, and the VWAP was about, I think, 416 at that time. Maybe put the stop, I don't know, 410. You're taking it around 423. So you've got a pretty fairly defined stop area. If you think, going through the VWAP on the way down, you want to be out of the trade. So again, we have a couple of nice ones, especially on the reentry for the AI on SNGX and the GDRX. The ALMS is not doing anything yet. Oh, this is a short. This is a short. So you had a reshort opportunity at 507 if you missed it. I don't typically don't short stocks this cheap, but there are shorts available for me. Maybe under five. Okay, this is a I guess this was an IPO, I guess, on it was either an IPO or a symbol name change on Friday for the KYIV. Maybe keep an eye on BTAI, guys. BTAI. It is trying to come back. Now, there's the VWAP way up there, 680. So that's far enough away. A lot of people look at something like this and think maybe the VWAP can be a bit of a magnet. Okay. A reversion to the VWAP. And they is still up for the day. Appears that they're doing some kind of a financing. They received positive FDA feedback for, I think this is, for bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. Okay. I thought it was something to do with Alzheimer's, but maybe I'm wrong. All right. Yeah, you're right. WGRX now back over a dollar. I like it. I just want to see it hold over a dollar. I like to see it maybe get back over 107 or something to make like to really shake that dollar level. Not that 107 is a complete shake, but okay, guys. IPA now. IPA is making a break over the VWAP. Okay, a break over the VWAP. IPA. The VWAP is at 244, so it's a dime or so above the VWAP. The high of the day was 265. Looking left, where could it go? Let's take a look at a monthly chart and see anything on the month. Let's take a look at the. I don't think. Well, we're not going to see anything on the weekly either. Now there is. Let's take a look on a monthly chart. Where is that next high? So 260. Hmm. And that was back in. Well, that's a year and a half ago or so. Back in February of last year. Well, there is your next high for SNGX right here, up here at 538. Takes that out. Where could it go? Oh, yeah, that's the high of last month. That's right. Boy, this takes out 540. Look out. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get up to 15, but that is the next high on the monthly chart. Uh, yeah, no kidding on the WGRX dump. I just real disdain for these ones that are close to a dollar. So I want to see it. Want to see those really leave a dollar behind in a bigger way than just like 10, 104, 105. Okay, so Magnus, now the problem is you can't hear me though, right? Or can you hear me now? I'm talking to Magnus in the main room. What is? Oh yes, okay. I was going to say what does YRDE mean? Okay, so if I understand, but you can't see my screen, right? Okay, are you? Oh, you can. Okay, so this is what. Give me a moment. So this is all I would do in order to follow the AI. Okay, okay, that's all I would do. Just give me a moment, guys. Yes. Okay, guys. Wow, I have just give me a moment, guys. Okay, I was able to get some of the SNGX, and I took a little bit off, and then the gentleman at IB, you guys know what I'm talking about. It said market data connection loss, but I was able to get out, so it doesn't last long. Okay, sorry, Magnus. I finally got something that I wanted. Okay, so this is what I would do. Okay, so if you click on new from the toolbar, and then and you see I have three that start off with premium AI strategy. Or sorry, premium AI. The middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. When you do that, this is the window that I would follow all day long. I wouldn't go to the AI channel. I think it's too busy. Okay. There's nothing to set up, by the way. Nothing to set up. The only other thing I would do is you see where it says filter, and I have none here. It's more than likely yours will say profitable. I would uncheck it. I would want to see the trades all day long, the alerts all day long. Sometimes, yeah, something might be below the entry price, but maybe it's setting up better down there. Okay. So there's nothing to set up though. Okay. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing happens till at least 940. You see there are a couple right there, 940. Nothing happens until at least 940. So if and then you should incorporate this window as part of your layout. So tomorrow when you load trade ideas, assuming you load before 940, this window will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Now the other thing I would strongly, strongly recommend is that you add the reentry, at least add the reentry price column. Okay. Because what happens is when you say you don't think we have the same, make sure you're going new and the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window, the middle one. There are three that start off with premium AI. Okay. You want the premium AI strategy trades window. Mm, yippee! Finally. Okay. When you load this window, what do you see, Magnus? Remember now, get rid of the uncheck that profitable trades. If it's checked, it's probably checked. I would uncheck it. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. That's what I was gonna say. I mean, yours may not look exactly like mine. This is what I think you should do though, add the reentry price column. Okay, if you right click and go to columns, and then you can scroll down and then at least get the reentry price column. Because look what happened with the SNGX. If you had taken it at 410 and you obeyed your stop, you would have got stopped out at 398, but then you had a reentry at 404. Many of us only use we just wait for reentries. Now, sometimes you're not going to get any reentries over the course of the day. Look at the alms now. Okay, so our reentry at 507, 497. Now, I'm not saying it's going to just rip down from there, but and all the reentry is just halfway between the original alert and the stop. Nothing highly scientific. So halfway between 410 and 398 is 404. You can put us, and I would also, if you haven't done already, put a sound alert on this window. You know how to do that, Maverick? Put a sound alert on the window. And anybody else listening to me? Okay, because you want to know when you get an alert. So if you right click and go to so right click in the window, right click and then go to actions, click on actions. And this is again, you can do this for alert windows and the AI, our AI, also price alerts, but I'm just going to go over it right now. And it's the same format. So you check play sound, and then you go to set up sound. So you can use text to speech. You can have two of them. And when I say two of them, the whole idea about putting sound alerts on your windows is to have a different sound on every window. So eventually you'll know which window to look at when you hear a sound. So you can have a female voice on one, you can have a male voice on the other if you want. That's text to speech. So it'll actually read out the symbol. Or you can use custom sound. You click on the custom sound and then click on select sound. And then we have three folders. Each folder has a bunch of sound alerts in them. Okay. So if say you want to say you click on cash register, you could open it and then click on play, and then you'll hear what it sounds like. And if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that gets attached to the window you started. Oh man, this is great now, guys. This was SNGX. I mean, that 5:30 break was so key. Give me a moment, please. Hey guys, I just have an Amazon delivery. I'm just going to go pick it up. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, sorry about that. Magnus, so what is your question exactly? Yeah. Well, it's no, it's got nothing to do with volume. It's price change. Okay, so that SNGX is now has moved down. It's the ones that have changed the most in 5 minutes. Okay, within a 5 minute period, it could be negative, it could be positive. So that's why here's the SNGX. It is pulled back. Okay, so that's what the negative number means. So very positive, of course. It's still at 98%. You when you say the chart for it, you mean where can you have this that I'm pointing at? This is not a you don't mean a chart, like, this is a chart. Might be semantics. Okay. So, on my homepage, I'll just put it in all the rooms. So, on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, okay, and scroll down, so here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? So the one you're talking about is this one. Now it's missing. I keep saying I've got to get the guy to change it. It's not the most up, okay, percent up. It's the biggest change in 5 minutes with the filters that I'm using. So that's why you can use something like this as a pull to play pullbacks. If you look at a negative number, which is how how we found a little bit earlier on the SNGX on the pullback. But these are all the scans that I am currently sharing. Here's the momentum scan is up here. Okay. Now I have you can also do it in a 2 minute period if you want, but I'm just using the 5 minute. But here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. How ugly did that WGRX get? It's exactly what I was waiting for, to really clear a dollar. I was looking, for at least getting up to, $1.07, $1.08 on the bid. Okay. Because I just really don't like taking trades near the dollar mark. Certainly, I won't take them underneath, but even on above, I want them to clear by usually even 10 cents. Make it $1.10 on the bid. So I'm glad I didn't take that one. Yeah, the NNE guys. Somebody was saying earlier a bounce. Yeah, the NNE now is a gap up, a gap down, and reversal play. Gap down and reverse. Gap down and reverse. So let's see if it's pulling back into an interesting area. I mean, there's the VWAP, and now it'd be probably too much to ask for it to pull back to the VWAP again, like it did. Look at that. Look how beautiful that was. One, two, three, four, five, six. So about 30 minutes right at the VWAP area before it exploded again. Where these are just a lot of these are just kind of quick hitters. Okay, guys, you know that PBCB, it had a big pullback and now it's did that hit the V? I don't know. Rick, I'm more of a momentum trader, okay? So I'm just, you know, when I point out VWAP, I mean it's a lot of it is just for people who really follow the VWAP. I know where it is, okay? And with the SNGX on that particular one, sorry. And here's the GDRX as an example, you know, it's just sort of hanging around the VWAP. But I can't actually answer, like it's not that I don't want to, I don't really think of it that way. What is my most profitable? Because if it was the most profitable for me, I that's all I would do. I would forget about absolutely everything else. But some days, you know, some days you get great low float momentum plays, and they're great all day. Some days, sometimes you can go for weeks on end, and those are just terrible. Not terrible, but they just don't have follow through. So you've got to kind of reverse your thinking a little bit. So this one is a gap down and go for Comstock. And where's the next low? See, 1407. Hmm. So that could be a support area. Again, I do not know how our system is generating these that little support. You see that little S there for CRK? It is not the next. At least I don't think so. I'm gonna load it one more time. It's not showing me where the next low on the monthly chart is on the daily. So this is another one that is just creeping down, guys. Another earnings play. AR, the gap down and go. I didn't take it because I thought maybe this 30, the 30 mark might hold it. If it doesn't, underneath on the monthly, anyways, 25. Let's take a look at the weekly. And yeah, so there is, I mean, there is some room underneath if it takes out 30. So I'll put a price alert around 29.88 and see if that just continues to creep down for the rest of the day. And that is for the AR. Or, you know, that whole number may in fact act as a bit of a support area. Just the fact that it is a whole number, fairly significant, you know, the 10, 20, 30. And there's actually a little support. I wish I knew how these were generated. So do you guys have this now on the latest beta also? You're getting little support and resistant lines on your charts? I just don't know what the math is behind it. So are you using the browser interface though? You right click on your chart. Are you using, is it checked? Use browser interface. Is it checked? Now, you're not gonna get it on every chart, okay? I mean, I don't get it on every chart. But how about AR? If you click on AR and on a 5-minute chart, you're not getting a sell, or not a sell, but a support? Okay, so Pepe confirmed. So you guys don't have that yet. Okay. So again, I'm always on a development version, so I mean, I love trade ideas, but sometimes they spring these things on us, and I asked the other traders, they had no idea. They just happened. Keep an eye on XNet, guys. XNet, XNET, XNet. It's challenging 8. It's had a great week last week. It was an earnings play. So I had 2 great days and now a big follow through. Okay, guys, XNet over 8 now. I think I'm gonna have to go. It's back in, so we've got to go back over 4 years to see the next high on a daily chart somewhere in that month, March of 2021. So, do we really think that something that happened 4 years ago, over 4 years ago, is going to act as resistance? Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Oops. All right, guys, I'm back. A fast morning, 11:30 already, 11:25 already. So I'll be taking a break at about noon Eastern time. I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris Varley. He'll take be getting into YouTube or taking over for me in our YouTube room. Oh, keep an eye on it's big. I don't know FMST. I wish that high of last month was closer to the current price, but it is not. Yeah, I wish it were closer. But if look, maybe I don't know tomorrow, sometime this week, if it does take out 338, you can see looking left on the monthly chart, a lot of room, a lot of room on the monthly chart at least. Ugh. Well, yeah, WGRX just I think what did it flirt with a dollar again? Yeah, flirted with a dollar again and got rejected. Yeah, SNGX. I mean, I'm completely out of it now, but yeah, I mean, look at the high right there. Today was 624 or so. Ah, put a price alert there. Think about these orphan drug designations. I mean, there's usually the reason they do this is very well. Look how yeah, it's a very rare disease. So when you say rare, you also know there's not a lot of money in it. Unfortunately, well, not. So it looks good. It's sort of feel good. You know, you get your FDA orphan drug designation, but there's just not a big market for it. Look at that, affecting fewer than 200,000 people in the U.S. Now, if you're one of those people, this is great. All right, just want to get a confirmation. It'll be Chris Varley taking over for me in our YouTube room in about half an hour. So see how that worked, guys? Does it work like this every day? Of course not. But Look at the reentry for Alms on a short, 507. So it obviously hit the stop. Remember, this is a short. So the original alert was at 502. Excuse me, 502. The stop. So the alert was at 10:04. It did not hit the stop until until 10:40. It hit the stop at 5:12. Came back halfway between the original alert price and the stop, which is 507. So if you just wait, I'm not saying this is going to happen every single day like this, but if you just waited for the re-entry prices, just thinking to yourself, well, maybe, you know, maybe it was just a little early. The idea was still good, just a little bit early. So if you short this now at 507, even if you wait for a five break, look at it now, 479. A lot, as I said, there were a lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers, almost a million. So that would not be an issue for at Interactive Brokers anyway. So with a million being available at Interactive Brokers, I'm assuming that most brokers will have shorts available for Alms. Now, the problem can be sometimes is that you can look at this all day long and not get any reentries because nothing hit the stop price and then got halfway between the original alert price. That can happen, of course. So the only one that hasn't kind of what we'll call worked is this Yext, okay, YEXT. And this, remember, this is a potential taking this company private by the CEO or the owner, the CEO proposing a cash buyout at $9. So that's why, this is not probably going to move that much, and it hasn't. The earliest, Rick, is 940. The earliest is 940. Doesn't mean you're going to get one at 940, but that's the earliest. Okay. Not doing anything different, no. But Pepe doesn't think my sound is good. A moment, please. So you know what I did, Pepe, is I got out of my music player, then I reloaded it. That's all I did. That's the only difference I did. But about an hour and a half ago, there was some severe noise in my player, and I think that's what caused the problem that you had and others. I'm still going to go to YouTube. I'm still going to go to Discord. If you're going to be around Pepe and some others, maybe around 2:15 or so, I have to figure out how to. They said you have to launch something called Stage and then Community, and that allows you to have more people who can view your screen. Oh yeah, still have to be boosted. There's no question. But I have to. I have to. But they may allow. I just want to see where to do it. I couldn't figure out where to do it. It's not like there's a button that says Stage and then a button that says Community that I could find. It's always easy when you know. But this thing with Sebastian has definitely got me a little worried because if something does, happen to the room, then I really have to not just a backup. Well, I have to have a backup. I have to be prepared. All right, guys, let's see, 10:30, 11:36. Guys, BT, I know I mentioned this one a little earlier. I don't know what it really did from there, but the BTAI, and it looks like it's moving. Oh man, this is one I missed. So I remember at the beginning of the day, this got halted. TNXP halted because of volatility at $45. Had an alert on the gap up and reverse. So this had gapped up, and now it's a reversal. The alert was at just after 10 o'clock, 10:03, and at 43.12. So we're at 40.28 right now. So there's a $3 move from that alert. Um, what these colors mean? Without having that scan itself, is that an alert window, Rick, or is it a topless window? Okay, well, see, I don't use colors at all. They made a fairly big deal about them. The company, but we don't even talk about colors anymore. Let me just get this out. Now, typically with colors, you can put a bullet, like you can have your choice. So it's possible that you're, yeah, I mean, I have no idea in that particular one because you obviously didn't put those colors on, but you only really have, bullish alerts, bearish alerts, neutral. Okay. You can pick colors. So that's why this is green. Okay. That is why this is green. Okay. But if I had a momentum scan that was showing me new highs and new lows, I could color code it so if it were going down, I could pick whatever color I want. I guess the default is sort of a light pink. Okay, but that's all it is. So you have a palette to pick from. That's all it is. But somebody, you must have. I don't know who designed or where you got that from, but that's what they picked. But that's all. That's all it really means. If you wanted to, what you should do is if you right click on it, right click on your alert window, and then you can actually go to the properties and then the colors. So it should have those two colors that you've got, and it should tell you, was this supposed to be a bullish alert or a bearish alert or a neutral alert? Okay, because that's all you can do. Well, yellow, you can pick any color you want. It's just a palette. Just by clicking on the color, you can have any color you want. Okay, it's just your choice. Okay. I don't really pay that much attention. I mean, the only reason this is green is because, otherwise it would just be white. So I just want to have something to stand out. Yeah, a couple of trades. Yeah, I do see it. Yes. Well, I see the picture, but when you say you don't see yellow, it, again, this is just your choice. When you like, why do you think you should see yellow? This is just when you click on the little box, it'll open up the palette that you can choose the colors you want. Okay. This is over here. Okay, this is so you can actually color coordinate in your. Let's see if I can find in a column also. Okay, in a column, and so I don't. I mean, again, this is something that's obviously looks like yellow is probably over 1,000 or something like that. You've got 1693, 3600. These are under 1,000. Somebody, I wouldn't really pay that much attention to it, but you can see what I can do. I can actually put, and this is where it gets really confusing. And that's why I don't really like going over it. But on this column right here, you can pick, different gradients. I just find it way too confusing. I mean, to be honest, but here's the palette again. So within a column, you can pick things. Okay, show me, really highlight the ones that are over 100% from the close if I wanted to. But I don't even use it. I mean, it was way too confusing for most people. And I used to try to do it years and years and years ago. So obviously here's the yellow right there, but these are just, again, this is a palette you can pick from. I'm not even sure. It might be in our guide colors, but again, I don't, you never hear me talk about colors, do you? And there's a reason for it. But my guess, just looking at the yellow, and they were over 1,000. So yeah, you can, but it's so confusing, William. I mean, I know, yeah, you can right click and choose the color, custom colors for the column. You got to go through all this, change from the close. So maybe anything over 100 is a certain number, anything under, I mean, you can do it. You can have a gradient. Nobody really I haven't heard anybody at Trade Ideas talk about color. When I say that, I'm talking about Dan or Brad or the developers. But in the guide, there may be a section out of curiosity. See, I don't even see it in our guide as a major section. Yeah. All right, guys, 11:46. Wow. Oh, that's a fast morning for me. 11:46. So, Chris is definitely taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 14 minutes from now. Oh man, what a this was an awesome short, guys. The TNXP from that alert, an awesome short that I didn't see. Oh, I saw it, but I didn't act on it. And look how few alerts we've had today compared to the other days. These are the only stocks that have been alerted. Rick, I'm assuming you're kidding about Canadians. Of course, we have paper money. I'm assuming you're kidding. Come on. Yeah, don't we have different colors for different denominations, which makes it super simple. I think most countries do that, except you guys. I think most countries do that. Right, yeah, you're right. There you go, Rick. But here's the deal. If I look at my wallet right now, there's nothing. Seriously. Yeah. I honestly can't remember the last. I mean, guys, getting off the topic here, I can't remember the last time I actually took money out of an ATM machine. All right, guys, 11:50. So I sort of remember that, Rich. You're going back to Rich now instead of Kittler? Is that you? That's you, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. For those of you following the WGRX, it did pop over $1 again. I guess it did get up to. Didn't trigger for me though. And sure, if it triggers, I won't be doing it because I'm taking my break pretty soon. So, what's the pin? All right. Well, here we go, guys. Well, it is. I just can't do it. I'm taking my break. There's no way I'm going to hold something like this while I'm on my break, even if I'm sitting. But if you're in it, there's that 109. And I think when we look left, yeah, there's 129. Yeah. So 129 is the next high on a weekly chart. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but at least you've got that. If you're in this one, you're in this one though. You are in this one, right, Grumpy? I mean, obviously. I mean, look at the wave. I mean, look at the wave. If you, I don't know where you got in this one. I would have taken some off right around here, okay, on that little drop, and then I'd be just holding on until I mean, until you get a transition. I mean, look at on a 15-minute chart, a 5-minute chart. I mean, this is a great trend. 2-minute chart, probably the same. Yeah. Oh, so you took it right after that big pop on the 15 right there. Yeah, I mean, I if I would have taken some off probably in that little drop, and then just now I'd be just riding it until, you got a transition if you're using TradeWave. 'Cause right now, I mean, it's just awesome. I mean, it's just a beautiful, beautiful trend. Now, the only thing is, as it to me anyway, the way I look at this, as it gets further away, you see how this one is popped above. I like it when they still touch. They keep touching the top of the wave, because when it starts getting far enough away, people might, it's starting to get maybe a little parabolic. Not that that is a big wide bar, but I I much rather it's sort of keeps in contact with the upper part of the wave, so that people don't think, oh man, it's getting a little parabolic. Maybe I should take some profit. Boy, here's another really, really nice one. Yeah, it shouldn't shake you out of the trade yet. It's just that I'd rather see it just keep touching the top of the band. But boy, here's another nice one, guys. I'm missing EMPD, the gap down and go at 750, and now we're at 718, probably an all-time low, just about. Well, and you're right. I mean, you've got a lot of room. Can't believe I'm having a civil conversation with Grumpy. So yeah, you've got up here 374. That's on the weekly, and on the daily. Well, there is your well, it's still a lot of room. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. So you still have a ton of room next time the daily way up there. So okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is put Chris's or the link to YouTube so that you can go and head over and listen to Chris if you want between 12 and 1. I'll be taking my break pretty soon. So there is a link to get to YouTube. And I'll put the announcement up here. I'm going to hang around until Chris gets into the room, but I'll put my announcement up here. Yeah, beautiful. Nice trend for Duolingo. DDL. So this is a stock you would not short yet, William, in our YouTube, in our main room says. Looking at this pop up here. Ding dong. I remember seeing this one many times. Didn't they get delisted, I thought? Maybe not. Okay, guys, take a look at Run here. Run is now, so it's still very positive, up 8%. It is pulled back from, of course, the high of the day, around 1660, all the way back down to 15. But now there's the VWAP. What is the 1535? Wish it were further away. But you got a little buy flag there, which means that this downtrend might be starting to reverse a bit. Flatten out a bit on the wave. I heard a little pop. Just give me a moment, Chris. Okay, guys. So Chris is now in our YouTube room. So I'm going to mute myself in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And one more thing to do, Chris. Got my music. All right, Mr. Christopher Varley, live in YouTube.
Good morning.
Good. Yeah, well, thank you. It is it's noon for you. Still morning for me. You're right.
I know we just clicked to noon now, so it's still morning technically here. How is my sound? I made some adjustments and discovered some settings on this fancy mic that I have. I'm curious what I sound like now.
For me, you sound a little light.
Interesting.
Not that the sound is bad, but it's just a little bit light.
And what about now?
Now you sound like Chris Varley.
Well done. Interesting. All these little functions that I never knew I had on this mic.
What mic are you using?
It's a Yeti something or other.
Oh, it's one of the Yeti.
Yeah, Yeti Blue.
Have that one. The blue Yeti.
Yep. And it's got the gains function on it, and then the directional function. I think what is it called? Pattern.
Keep talking, Chris, because you seem to be fading in a little bit in and out.
I was twisting it around. That's why I think.
Okay.
So,
and how do I sound?
Interesting, and you sound phenomenal.
Oh, well. That nice boost to the ego. All right, Chris. Now, we were talking about that PPCB before, and now, because some were saying it is a full-blown NASDAQ stock now, were you trying to say that it is a sort of it's not quite NASDAQ?
Yes. IB has it listed as NASDAQ CMS. Yahoo has it listed as just CM, which is it has looser restrictions than the actual NASDAQ has on it. So it's not all the way. It's, I guess, an in between maybe.
But if you check, okay, I mean, I know our designation still has it as a pink, but if we, like, say tomorrow, and it should show up as a NASDAQ stock though, even though it's a sort of an offshoot of it, or do you know?
I don't know. I can inquire with greater minds, but I never
Schwab
know what
said,
kind of answer I'm getting.
Yeah, somebody in our YouTube room said Schwab has it as a full-blown NASDAQ stock. And of course, the only reason we're talking about it, it had such a huge move.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, when I go into the order entry for IB, it has it as a NASDAQ SCM. So it's limited, whatever, here in IB. I can see it. I didn't check with Thinkorswim yet or Schwab because I have all three brokers, but just based on the IB that I have loaded, I just went with that. And that also Yahoo has it, and it shows, anytime a stock isn't listed directly on the exchanges, Yahoo will have it with delayed data, and Yahoo has it 15 minutes delayed.
Okay. All right, my friend. Well, I'll see you in about 1 hour.
All righty. Sounds good. We'll see you then. Have a good break, Barry.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. So let's see. Let's share my screen. Am I doing this right? There we go. Perfect. Yay. So, all right. Happy Monday to everybody here. Hope you all had a nice weekend. Relaxing. Got away from the screens for a little bit. Spend some time with the fam. Important things like that. And right back to the business today, of course. So, yeah, I'm not sure, Trader 77. I can only comment about what I see here at IB, and that it is on everybody's number one stock data retriever, Yahoo. Both have it not quite NASDAQ. It seems to be some kind of in between. So we'll see what the coming days bring. I don't know if it's going to go get fully listed. I don't have any details on it or anything like that. So, yeah, that's that. Clearly heavily in play today, though, with 59, about to be 60 million shares traded, and doing 84,000 times what it normally does for volume. So there's all of that. Sorry, still kind of playing on my mic here a little bit. Yep, Charts has it OTC. So I think it's somewhere in between. Maybe it's in an anticipation by the other brokers. I can't really say for sure, though. So with all of that said, let's get some trade ideas questions in here, folks. If anybody has any, please don't be shy. Get those in for me. Come one, come all. Do this as an open forum here. You know what I got to do? That's what I got to do. Put this on the Twitter streams. There we go. And there we are. Fantastic. So again, don't be shy, folks. Get some questions in for me if you have them. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. If not, I don't know, we could talk about markets and things like that. But again, I don't have any special insight on the markets that you can't get from a million other places. What I have some, well, I don't know if it's special or not, but what I have some insight on is the software. Hi, Chris. I'm new to Trade Ideas. I wanted to see which channel is the best for swing trading ideas. So I generally say when it comes to everything in life, and the question is what is the best, it is almost always subjective, and this is no exception. There are some channels that are more geared for swing trading, but that doesn't mean that they're only those channels for it. And the example I love to give, and for those who heard this before, too bad, kind of sorry, but too bad. I have the scan here, and I'll share the scan in a moment. And in the scan, it is a swing trading scan, or at least for me it is. I generate swing trade ideas from it. And I said, scan, hey, I want you to find me stocks that are $11 or more, traded on 750,000 shares on the day, have a relative volume of 1 or higher, 75% above the low of the 20-day range or better, and 75% above the low of today's range or better. So essentially what I'm trying to do is I want to find stocks that are breaking out, that have some kind of volume to it. It doesn't need to be crazy, but it's got to be some interest in it. And then that they're either closing high today, or if I'm looking later in the day, they closed higher than, within 25% of the upper range of today. And I've done okay with this scan as far as, swing trading idea generation and all that goes. But I gave this to someone who was a day trader looking for swing trading scans, and they came back to me a couple days later, or a week later, whatever it was, and said, yeah, it's a nice scan, but I don't really get it for swing trading. It's actually pretty good for my day trading. I can't argue with them. They're using it for swing trading. If I give it to them for a swing trading scan, they're using it for day trading. That's on, that's beauty's in the eye of the scan holder, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder. So with that said, I'm going to open up some of the channels, and we're going to start with the doc channels first. So if we go to new, we go to doc channel bar. Now the doc channels are not going to be exactly the same as the non-doc channels. Literally a couple of them overlap, or a few of them, I should say. The rest are different for various reasons. They're different channel bars, different channels in them. So we got to show more. I'll click that just so we can get that loaded here. Now, the explosive winners channel in here, generally, you're looking at stuff that's the big winner on the day today. However, we oftentimes see some of these bigger winners on the day go on to multi-day holds or multi-day moves. And it really comes down to the chart, the setup, and the things that you were looking for. So those are the kind of things that point you towards Marco. There's no scan that's going to come out and say, hey, this is a swing trade scan, and you trade the stocks this way from the scan. Scans are created with an idea behind them, usually by someone that's looking for something specific. But again, as I went over in the first example, that's not necessarily always the case of how it's interpreted by others. But, just to look at a couple of stocks from this real fast to see what's going on here. And I'm going to look at this through daily charts here just to say, hey, what might I see as a swing trader here? So, okay, well, here's a good one. I'll get a drawing tool out, but I'll try to illustrate this before the drawing tool comes out. You've got this stock SDM that made a pretty sizable run up here from the beginning of the summer and through the summer into now, and had a pretty hefty pullback and defended this 10 level. And anytime you want to load drawing tool, that would be phenomenal by me. Wow, okay. All right, so made this run up through here, pulled back, defended this 10 level. It's having trouble getting above this 13 level, give or take. But if it got through this 13 level, that's interesting to me. It's got no real resistance back above it to 20. Does that mean it will get there? No, right? It could continue to move sideways for a very, very long time, right? It could crash again, but we don't know what any stock is going to do. We can't predict any of that. But my point being here is this does give an interesting, an interesting swing idea here. If this could get itself up and running again like that. So that's the kind of thing I point you to in the sense of, this scan here is really looking for stuff that's humming on the day right now, but you never know when you're going to find a setup. Now, I just happen to get lucky that worked out to be a nice looking setup there. I click some other stuff here, and I'm not sure I'll find something quite so. Yeah, like this does not have any kind of setup that I like whatsoever. This is a terrible looking chart, Take a look at this. Yeah, same thing, not so hot. This one, I don't like the way it's skipping around like that. And sure, is it, looking pretty good over some different time frames here? Sure, why not? But overall, when you got something that's this volatile for me, that's too risky, going on like that there. So that's where we'll start with that as far as it goes. Then we can move into some stuff like we've got the Swing Picks channel here. You're gonna, if you load it, get this welcome screen. that decided to just jump right behind everything for whatever reason. There we go. And this is an email that goes out to Swing Pick subscribers. Should go out to everybody at this point, but I don't know, spam filters and things like that block some people from getting it. And in it, we've got 5 different ideas that come from the Strength Alerts scan that's in here. That's right there for you. And these are basically the ones that were ranked the top around the close on Friday. And coming into this week here, and a little blurb about each one, and a little market blurb as well in there for you to look at. So there's that as well. Aside from those ones that are in there, of course. Ooh, I need to update this list. I did not do that. Shame on me. There's this scan in here, and these is a relative strength algo that's in here. And stocks get a score based on, I think there's like 150 different things. I give it points, different moving averages, RSI, position ranges, stuff like that. It's all technical analysis. And so you go through these different ones that are in here and see what you do or do not think of any of those. Low score doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad generated idea. It's just the way that the scoring system of this scan ranks it. Different kind of scan than some of the other scans that you might see through Trade Ideas. When you see the E here, it means it's Market Explorer. It's something we have to create on our side through a different technology, and it's not customizable. It's a scan. It's one of those you get what you get out of it scans type of deals like that. So those are some things to look at that like that. Bear with me 1 second so I can update the swing picks here, because shame on me, I did not do that over the weekend in the channel itself. How could you, Chris? How could you? And so I see some other questions came in. Bear with me just a moment while I get this updated real fast. And don't be shy to get some other questions in there for me while I do this. And I will get to one and all of them. DQ. For those keeping score at home and maybe watch the Swing Picks video, I wasn't crazy about the alerts of this week. Yeah, all right, let's reset that connection. And this should update any second now. There we go. All right. Could you give us an overview of how you set up each day? Yeah, really, my setup each day is I load what you see here on my screen. I did make, as I went over last week, a recent adjustment to my layout. That's really, really it. I go through either each evening, sometime after the markets close or early in the morning, I go through this scan here for some ideas, and that's kind of sort of really it. I do go over some of the swing pick ideas from this scan here as well from that. At the moment, I'm not really doing a whole lot else as far as my work. I go through the charts, I go through the sectors, mark things up and keep kind of a running list of things I want to look at for various reasons. I'm very, very, very simple in my use these days, especially not day trading anymore. I will go through some of the alerts on this top 10 here if I didn't have to restart my layout during the day, and just see if anything here is kind of like what we went over, where it was humming today for whatever reason. as a winner, and it looks like it could stretch to be a winner for multiple days. So I will go through some of those, but anything that's too spiky or too volatile gets taken right off the list. And then last but not least, I have this scan here. Where's my all-time high scan? You know what? I'm going to figure out a way to make this part of my layout now. I really kept it as part of the layout. Let's keep it as part of the layout now. And this lifetime high scan here as well that I like to look at now and again. A big part of me looking at this scan is to see how many stocks are populating in it. We heard for however many years that, it's 7 stocks, it's 4 stocks, it's 5 stocks, it's 8 stocks that are driving the market. And when I start to hear that narrative get loud, I like to pull this up and look at how many stocks are in there and some of their weighting and things like that, and just show myself that those people are either disingenuous, clickbait looking for, or clueless, or all the above. Because rarely have I found it was 7 stocks holding up the entire market. It's not that there aren't 7 stocks that don't have a very heavy influence on them with, all the Mag 7 or where the hell you want to call them these days. But there's more than 7 stocks involved in this. Mike C., how are you? All right, so I'm going to have to figure out how to get this in here. I have to think on that for a while. Because I kind of like the way my setup is now. And really, I like to keep things almost to just one screen at this point. I have some stuff on a second screen. If I could get it all onto one screen, I would. I feel like the more screens you have, the more distractions you have. That's not to say that people with multiple screens, 5, 6, 7, 8 screens, they're not people that making money and doing all those things like that, and to each their own. Again, a lot of what we do in life, especially in trading, is subjective. The only thing that's not subjective is having a trading plan that you've tested and followed through with and execute and discipline to use. That's not subjective. That's undebatable. Not having one of those is automatic grounds for failure. Thank you. Demo currently use Day Trade Dash from their training. How your screens measure up to their momentum scanners, which package which you compare closest to. So, with me being as nice as I can be about this, anything that Warrior has, they tried to steal from us and got caught. So, theirs is going to be slightly similar to ours. They renamed some of the things. So, for example, I think they have like what they call 5-minute relative volume, which is just our 5-minute volume percent filter. And I think they converted it to a ratio essentially. We have you can customize our scanners. You cannot customize their scanners. And when I say customize our scanners, what I really mean is you can make your own scans. You can come to new and you can create your own alert list or alert window or top list. Those are the base scans that most things are built off of. And then you have over 500 real-time data points to build your scan from. So for example, and our stuff's all real-time, doesn't, you don't need to refresh it yourself or anything like that. With our alert windows, you get a time-stamped alert that says, bang, this stock did exactly what you told me to look for at this second. That's the end of the story. And whatever columns you're displaying on it, these are the data points of those columns as well. The columns don't necessarily need to be columns you're scanning on. So, for example, I could be scanning on, let me do this real quick. I could be scanning on some different price and volume and some stuff like that, but maybe I'm not scanning based on relative volume, but I could have a relative volume column here to know what it is when I get the alert on any of these things. And you can see it's timestamped. The stock did exactly what you were asking me for here based on, at the time of that alert. Here's where it was on the change from the close, how many shares it's traded, how much it's from the open. And there's like 100 and something of these columns that can be added. You cannot add all 100 at once. Please always, I ask people, be reasonable about what you're trying to do with the scans. Every software has its limits. If you push hours, you will find them without a question. But, Warrior Trader limits you to whatever they've built essentially, where if you come to the configure of an alert window, and we're going to scroll down here. All these single icons are alert events, new highs, new lows, different kind of check marks, pre-market highs and lows, standard deviation breaks, cross different resistances, consolidation alerts, strong volume alerts, 1 minute volume alerts, different running up and down, so that if you're looking for stocks moving fast up or fast down, but aren't necessarily making new highs or new lows, these are a way to get some alerts with those. And then you combine one or two, maybe three of those alerts with what we call our filters, which are going to be these dual icons indicating minimum and maximum values. And you put those in here as you wish, what filters you want to use, and give them a minimum and or maximum value for things like price and volume, position and ranges, up above a certain amount from a close or an open. Different time frames we could check how much a stock has changed by, and things of that nature. And again, there's about 500 of those to make your own custom scans from, on top of the many pre-made scans that we have as well that you customize further. So look, there are people that think Ross is the greatest thing since sliced bread. They've made tons of money with him because of him, and I can't knock any of that. The style that Ross trades is very difficult, his day trading style, but day trading is just generally difficult if anybody, has done the homework and research on it and things of that nature anyways. So, I don't have anything to knock against him for any of that stuff like that. My one knock was that, Ross was an affiliate, a sales affiliate of ours for a long time, because he used our software for a very long time, and then decided to essentially copy a lot of what we did and build his own stuff out. Listen, anybody is welcome to build their business out however they wanted, and so on and so forth. It was just not, the way he did it wasn't in the greatest of taste. That's all. That, it happens. That's the way life is. So, what you get with Ross, I believe also, is you got his trader's room and stuff like that he does. But we have a really great trader's room. We don't charge anything for it whatsoever. You get you get all the data that we offer with the subscription. Everything that I've gone over to this point is included in our basic or birdie level. That's it. You want to back test and optimize your scans for your alert windows. And if you want a look at our virtual trading assistant, Holly, then you need the premium level. If those things aren't of interest to you, the birdie or basic, whatever you want to call it, is sufficient. And I would always say to someone, start lower and move higher. If that's something that you're interested in, because you can always add to the subscription later. But let's say you take out a monthly on the premium, and after 5 days you're like, oh, I want to downgrade. You can downgrade, but you're locked into that first month at the premium or Eagle level or whatever you want to call it for that month. And then when that month's over, you'd be downgraded and you'd move to the basic. So it's easier. Let's always, you could always add more later, right? It's easier to add it than subtract it, kind of thing like that. So those are the things that that I would say there, Tyrone. And the last thing that I'll end with as far as that all goes is, if something's working for you, the first thing I would do is try to analyze why it works. And when the occasions that it doesn't work, analyze why it didn't do that, and then try to improve on it from there, whether that's with our system or anybody else's system or anything in between like that. So I'm a big proponent, if something is not broken, don't fix it, right? If you or anybody else that's not subscribed wanted to subscribe, we could offer you a 15% off first month or year. So it's a standing 15% offer. So the code that I just threw in there, that would work for that for you. So I see a bunch more stuff came in. I try to catch up on all that. Please forgive me. Sometimes I go off on these big tangents. Hopefully it was informative and helpful for everybody. Chris, very basic question. And I stand corrected with Holly. Where can you link a broker account, but for... So there's no linking Holly to anything necessarily. I mean, you can externally link the software to your broker and it'll load it in there. So for example, here's a time and sales window from IB. And if I click on something from Holly or anything, you see how that the ticker changes here and that, but that's it. There's no way to link Holly to anything else outside of that. In Brokerage Plus or anything else like that. If you're looking for that external linking, let me give you a video on it. And this goes over Thinkorswim, Trader Workstation, and TradingView. Some people find that they have to use the use alternative method for TradingView and Thinkorswim. Some people do not have to use it. And to give you context on that, when you go to build the external link, if you go tools, external linking, you'll get this window right here, and you'll say add link, and it tells you in this box here, you know, while keeping this window active, move the mouse over the target window and then hold down shift on the window you want to select it. So I'd hold it here because this is where I'm trying to link to, is right in there, and I'd press shift, and that would build the link. And then you've got these buttons, beginning is cut off or use alternative method. And I'm going to bring up my link, the edit link, and now you can see that here where I can check or not check them. Some people, for some reason, need to check these with Thinkorswim and TradingView. Some people do not. You may need to check it with various brokers. It probably has to do with other software you're running, maybe something different about your operating system than everybody else's, because Windows is great like that. There's no consistency across it whatsoever. There are a few rules that are built in here. Some of them don't really work anymore. Some of them do work. IB works still. If you're using DOS or DAS or whatever the heck it's called, some people have to use the old IB. Some people use the old IB with use alternative methods. So you may need to check a different set of combinations with all of this to get that external linking working. So that's the short and skinny there, plus that video that I gave you should give you some pretty good ins and outs for that external linking. Hopefully that helps you with that question. Of course, Nesh, get some more in there if you have more. Stacy, will you review how to implement TradeWave? Yes, implementing the TradeWave. And again, I apologize. I know I'm kind of behind on these questions, so bear with me here. Hopefully you're all still here. On the TradeWave, make sure your chart has the browser interface enabled with the right click here. And if that's enabled, look under this indicator icon here. It's like the bars with the squiggly line above it. It'll say indicator. And if you click TradeWave, you will get the TradeWave on there. Here's a video I did on TradeWave. However, is now out of date because it doesn't show the proper place to enable the TradeWave like I just showed you. Everything else about it is accurate. One of these days when I have 10 extra seconds in my life, I will do a new video and update that part of it. Unfortunately, we change things very quickly around here, so it's hard to keep things updated when that many go out of style, unfortunately. But everything except that FX part that's in the video, you just look for under indicators. As long as the browser interface is selected there, you will be able to see that to enable the TradeWave. Justin, I've got a question. I'm running Windows 11. It has messed up everything. I'm so lost as what to do. My AMD driver does not want to work because of Windows 11. Can I help with this? Sorry, I wouldn't even know where to begin, Justin. My tech knowledge is really limited to trade ideas and what's going on in trade ideas. I have a few other technical savvy know-hows, but very few. And when it comes to drivers and things like that, I really wouldn't know where to point you to. I do apologize. The best thing that I could say is to simply go to your Windows settings and first make sure everything's up to date. That's the first and foremost thing that I could tell you to do from that. Outside of that, I'd have to say you're going to have to reach out to Microsoft, which I know is beyond less than ideal, and AMD. I don't even know if AMD has a support or not. I guess you're talking about Ross. Yeah, I mean, I don't, I couldn't say as far as that goes with Ross. I mean, he's been doing this long enough that I have to believe he's made money trading. How much, I couldn't tell you. That's all I could, that's what I could comment there. Yeah, Tyrone, like I said before, there's momentum and swing. It all becomes a bit subjective, but anything we have pre-built in our channel bars for like the velocity and explosive winners and stuff like that, which are looking for momentum stuff in our momentum channel, you'd get that in the birdie level. And then you could tweak those or build your own even from there. Am I catching up here? Yes, I think I've caught up. If I missed something, if I didn't cover something in depth enough for you, you still have questions on anything, please do not be shy. Put it back in there. Chris, you touched on this for me, but if you could go a little more in depth on this part of it, or this part didn't make sense to me, so on and so forth, I'd be more than happy to go back over whatever it is that you were still struggling with. To circle this in with this whole Ross thing or whatever, everybody has an agenda out there. Everybody has an agenda, right? One of my agendas is I'd like everybody that's interested in markets. First off, I'd like to get everybody interested in markets because I think there's room for everybody to make some money in the market with the money they work their butts off for. Not everybody is conditioned to do day trading. Not everybody is conditioned to trade in general. Some people maybe just buying passively dividend stocks that are safe and reinvesting the dividend for 20, 30 years. That's the path they should take. Others, that central processor in their brain is just geared up for the faster moving stuff like that. But, my ultimate goal, obviously, as employee of Trade Ideas here, is I want to see people subscribe to Trade Ideas. However, if people subscribe to Trade Ideas and they're not making money from the software, that doesn't really work for anybody. First, it certainly doesn't work for you because why the heck are you going to pay money for software you're not making money on? But for us, it doesn't work because, well, we don't have this great software if we don't have subscribers who are successful. Toughest part of all this is what we do is not easy. Number one, learning any kind of software that's in depth in general, let alone that is not just in depth, but it also has an in-depth background behind it, is tough enough as it is. Now you add the pressures of trying to make money and things like that, it becomes more difficult, right? And all those things like that. So it doesn't bode well for us as a software company and support team if folks aren't getting out of this what they really need. And that's why, I am beyond grateful to have Barry as a coworker here, taking care of the room day in, day out, all day long, and doing all that he does. And then, that's why we do this hour Q&A also each day. Get a little more open, loose forum for everybody and try to get as many questions on the software as we can answered. At the same time, do what we can to talk charts and technical analysis and things like that, because that is at the end of the day what we are doing here. Ty, really appreciate that feedback. That's nice to hear. Thank you. Like everything in life, you get out of what you put in. The one problem with trading is you're not promised anything in trading. It's also important to note that, and this is, my own personal everything. I have no finance background, and I was like, I'm tired of doing what I do for a living, and I don't have any other out. I want to learn to day trade. And then, as I found Trade Ideas in the traders room and some webinars and things like that, and I taught myself a lot of technical analysis and understanding volume and candlesticks and support and resistance, SMAs, EMAs, RSI, ATR, ADX, so on and so forth. I found out over time that I'm not conditioned for day trading, I guess. I don't really know. I had no success in day trading for years. Then I had some mild success in swing trading. I went back to doing some day trading with swing trading, had some mild success in the day trading. And then I struggled again really heavily with the day trading again. And I decided to just kind of let it go. Maybe I'll give a shot at it someday again. I don't know. But I started, more in-depth analysis of myself, realized that maybe day trading isn't for my personality type. And so here we are. There's no how accurate they are. It's an EMA cloud crossover essentially. So we do it for every stock on every single time frame, And given that between ETFs and stocks and everything like that, there's over 8,000 of those, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 time frames that you could look at that on. We don't have any data on that. The point of it, it's an indicator. Try to help folks stay in trades longer if they're having trouble discerning trends, and get out of trades sooner if they're having trouble discerning when a trend changes, whether you're to the long side or short side. So that's what it's really there for. It's not meant to be financial advice and just buy on the B's and sell on the S's. And as terms of lag and execution, these happen in real time. When the EMA crossover happens and the change in trend happens to trigger those, it happens right then and there. So there's no delay on that whatsoever. Now, we do have 3 buy scans for the trade wave. If you were to come to new, and this is available for anybody in the birdie level, Market Explorer, you're going to get this blue window like this. It gives you the user's guide, which explains what I'm going to explain now. If you right click and go to select strategy, you'll see trade wave, and you'll see 1, 2, 3, 5-minute, weekly, and daily buy signals. They're not tested or anything like that, but they just give you, and this includes pre-market data, how this would work, but they give you these buy signals based on this chart indicator and some other things that are in the background that are running on this, some different volume filter and some stuff like that. So, but you'll see that they should line up with charts based on the indicator essentially, and they come on the 5-minute time frames here like that. So if I think I got to enable some stuff here because I don't use pre and post market. Pre, post. Let's see how that's changing all this now. There. I'm sure I'm missing something here. Yeah, it looks good there. So that's where that would come in. I mean, look, so far this looks like it's a decent one, $3.79 over $4 now, running the VWAP. But the problem with this is, by the time the crossover happens to come back to the downside, it could be back down here past the entry actually. So that's why it's not an end all be all buy on this, sell on this. The idea is let's show you a change in trend when they happen, and you got to figure, because you can have change in you can have a quote that looks like a change in trend on this over and over again on something running sideways, and you just get chopped to pieces, right? So that's where we're living with that and those scans. I do not use pre and post market. I know others do. To each their own. Alrighty, what else are we looking at here? What else are we doing? Clean up those drawings. Oh, you know what I realized? I think I have this entire docked window somewhere open, don't I? Yeah. That's what's slowing me up real good right now. There we go. That should free me up pretty well. Yeah. All right, much better. Get rid of that too. All right, got a few minutes left here. Actually, I'm lying. Got more than a few minutes left here. So don't be shy. Let's get some questions going again if we have them. Have you started playing with the money machine yet? Just a little bit, Jim. I'm going to be honest. The amount of support that I have to do daily has really prevented me from diving into the money machine in any significant way at this point. I just anticipated that I would have more time to do it, but unfortunately, it has not been the case. When I do wrap up this hour here, myself, Steve, Andy, Dan and Brad are going to get together and do some work on the money machine together, try to create some strategies and things like that. And we're going to put to bed support for a bit of time so that we're not distracted and really just kind of put our heads down and focus on it right there with that. So I thought, I got access to it last either Monday or Tuesday. And I thought, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I would have a good amount of time to really get familiar with it and maybe make a video. And I haven't even had anywhere close to 1 second to do it, to be honest. So just the amount of emails and chats that come in a day has been fairly staggering for the last couple of weeks. So keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. Yeah, of course. I don't want to sell anybody on anything that I'm not doing yet myself. Alrighty. So moving right along here. All right, no other questions coming in for the moment. I suppose we could look at a couple of today's hotter movers. from a relative strength from the open scan. Click or not. There we go. So yeah, it looks like this thing came running right up. Is there measurable criteria? The first measurable criteria is how well we internally understand some of the items in the money machine. So for example, on this money machine settings here, exit positions on stop. That actually means exit your positions if you stop the money machine. None of us knew what that meant when it first came out last week. So that needs to be adjusted, because if we didn't get that, I can only imagine what everybody else on this planet that looks at will think about it. Some of the stuff with these fields here is a little tricky and not very clear or forward. I think there may be some adjustments there. Some of the stuff for the risk management and the rankings. We want to go over the tool tips here and make sure that the wording is going to be correct, or I should say most understandable for folks. There's always going to be people that don't fully read things. So, can't really account for that, but we want to make sure it's clear that, the least possible experienced trader that could understand it could understand it. If someone just doesn't have any trading experience, there's not a whole lot we can do. And then the last measurable thing is this, or at least that I can think of anyways, is we're going to need some strategies in here that people can put in there and they look decent. At the moment, the only real exits that can happen are stops, outside of if you use the trade wave logic, which then, you'd exit based on the bands of the trade wave. But that doesn't necessarily put you in a profitable exit. So it's really trying to find strategies that are going to more consistently put folks into the money, that they can then close out those positions quickly as they move into the money and let it either reopen those positions or open new positions in general. I think those are things that we can measure, though. But again, I like to keep expectations realistic. If someone was just simply looking for, I've got the money machine and I just have to press play, I don't have to do anything else, and I'm going to make money, no. You will still need to be somewhat of a trader. That is obviously not for you, Pepe. Which one? Entry position field. So this here is saying that when you first initiate the machine, this is how many, the money machine, this is how many positions you can enter right off the initial bat. And then this is the max you'll get into period. And so that would work like that. So for example, if you had set a max of, let's say, 5 positions, we could even mess with this here. Let me close this because I'm not connected to the right paper trader right now. So I guess I have positions from last week in there still. Let me get rid of those. All right, so money machine. So let's say a max of 5 positions, and we're entering 3. We'll use the trade wave logic. I think that's it. And if I hit start money machine, you can see I'm just going to get right into 3 positions right here. Oh, no, I didn't put 3, did I? I did. You just jumped me straight into 5 positions. I should have been paying more attention to what I was doing there. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think there's a lot for us to look at here still, quite personally, but I could be wrong. Let's try that again. Oh, when not in trade wave mode. Sorry, it doesn't work with the trade wave. So let's get out of trade wave. That's where it is. All right. So I set it to 1. Start money machine should just get 1 position. Just got me into the 1. That's it. Now, if anything overtakes QTRX, it'll get me in that position as well. And if anything overtakes that, it'll get me into that position as well, up until it gets me to 5 positions. And that's it. So that's what was going on there. That's why the tooltip's super important right there in the tooltip. Number of positions for when not in trade wave mode. Yep. Like I said, unfortunately, I didn't get a whole lot of time to play with it last week. I got that first day when I was actually live with you folks. That was kind of it, actually. I wasn't able to do much of anything else afterwards. You got it. So like last week, after that first initial day with you folks, I tried to make a couple different strategies and mess with it. And I'd set it to go. And then I'd just get so busy with support, like an hour would pass by and I hadn't been looking at it whatsoever. So I had no way to verify what it did was going to be what I wanted it to do or correct or anything else in that regard. So it was, it's just very difficult with something this complex and watching it nonstop and then taking care of all the other business that I got to take around here.
Man, you're just banging away at that keyboard.
Oh, yeah.
You're a good typer or typist. You must be, because you're just banging away at that thing.
Online gaming in my teens and early 20s.
Online.
When you're talking trash to people, you want to be faster than everybody else.
I guess. Hey, Chris, did you ever get an explanation about the support and resistant purple lines that sometimes show up on the charts? What the math is behind it?
Which ones?
Well, let's see if I can bring one up. Okay, it doesn't happen all the time, but what happens is I get a buy, I get an S and an R on the charts. Okay,
Oh
and it's a
no, yeah,
purple
I'm not
line.
sure about that. That's new, right?
It is new. It is
Um,
new, and I cannot figure out where they're coming, like why they're appearing where they are. I thought maybe they were looking left, next high on a daily chart somewhere, but that's not the case. So
hmm,
they sprung this. I was just joking. I mean, they spring these things on us with no
yeah.
explanation, but just wondering, like, where, like, how are they? What are they derived from?
Let's see here. So
Now, sometimes, I don't know. Like sometimes I don't see them at all. And I've got a daily chart, a 5 and a 15-minute chart, and then sometimes I see it. I don't know if they have to come from a multi-strategy window, because with the thing with the multi-strategy window, you do get to see the next high on the daily chart,
yep.
or low, I guess, or the high. But I just don't see. I don't get them all the time, and I'm just wondering, like, why are they appearing so haphazardly? Pepe is going to answer that question. There are several criteria for those.
I got nothing at the moment.
Yeah,
I was just
I
looking
can't
here in the
generate one.
indicator manager.
No, I'm
See
looking.
anything
Yeah,
that looks
I don't see
familiar?
anything there either.
I always try to read when Chris McKay puts out the build notes what changes were there, but I don't recall anything for that.
Hmm. Not a big deal, but I have been noticing that sometimes they can be, kind of bang on. Sometimes,
Yeah,
now sometimes I don't know if that's 50% of the time or 1% of the time,
yeah,
or
exactly.
I really don't know. I don't, because there's not enough, not enough of them are appearing, but I just don't know why they're appearing on some charts and not others.
Yeah, that's I got nothing.
I know AR for me earlier on in the day, AR, it appeared, but it's not there now.
I was just gonna try it.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I
I'll
cannot.
have to. I'm allegedly meeting with Brad in a few moments here,
Okay.
and some of the other guys to do some money machine work and
Okay.
test some strategies. So I'll see if I can work that into the to the questions that I have.
All right.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't really noticed on my charts, but a few emails that some users sent in, I did see them there
Mm.
on theirs. So
So Pepe says that Grok has an explanation. There you go.
oh, does it
Grok
now?
has an explanation.
I feed Grok wrong answers all the time, and it tells me that I'm right. And then when I say
Mm.
I'm just trying to trick you, it says, "Oh yes, you're trying to trick me," and still gives me other wrong answers. So
Okay.
I trust Grok about as much as I trust. Well,
Me.
I don't trust Grok at all.
Okay, I'll take a look at it, Pepe. You shared the link in the main room. Okay, I'll take a look just to see, for argument's sake,
I'll have to
what it
remember
does
to
say.
look then there, but also I'm just gonna see if I can't harass Brad about it. He loves when I
Yeah,
bother him.
do that. Okay, Chris, it's 1 o'clock, so I don't know
Oh,
when your
okay.
meeting
Didn't
is,
realize
but
that.
yeah. So thanks as all. Now, are you in tomorrow or is it somebody else?
I'm not sure. Up in the air at the moment,
Okay.
but a good chance it'll be
Okay.
me.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
thanks as
Thanks, everybody.
always. And if it's you, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, Barry. Take care, everybody. We'll see you then.
Oh,
Bye bye.
I gotta share. Get the. Don't.
Nope. I'll just close my browser. I won't end the
Yeah.
stream.
Close your browser. I know.
Take care, guys.
There we go. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. And one last step. So I see what it says, Pepe. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I'm just wondering what the actual, you know, what the actual math is behind it. But I mean, it does. I see what you put in the main room regarding the R and the S level or the R and S. Okay, typically calculated. Okay, past price data to identify points where the stock repeatedly failed to break above a certain price level. Now, does it say why though? No, okay, so it's Fibonacci and pivot points. There's a lot of information there. Interesting. But why do we get some like I don't get them all the time. Ah, now I got one. Now I have one right up here for NLOP. Way up here at 33.21. So I mean this actually looks like it's at the high of Friday right there. 33 that's what that is, the high of Friday. Anyway, I guess what maybe it went into a more detailed explanation about why it appears in some and not others. Now, I can see and it does it only appear intraday? Because I can see if it's intraday and it's way outside, the chart size you've got, I can see that. But it would be pretty cool if we could figure out, well, what percentage of the time does it actually make sense to use? Okay, hungry kitty. Just a minute. And guys, if you're wondering why I don't have very many alerts in this Momo scan, I just deleted them. Not deleted. I cleared them. Cleared them. So starting sort of afresh. All right. What's happening with MB? Moving down 6.6% within a 5-minute period. So here's another one, guys. I mean, it's quite a bit above the VWAP. The VWAP is around the level, but it's also halted. Okay. Well, let's see what it does. Let's see if it. I mean, it's going to open. Looks like it's going to open just above the VWAP, 723. The VWAP is around $7. Let's see if it opens down there and holds it, and then bounces off. And that is for the MB. Okay, guys. Pepe, how's the sound? Is it degraded at all? Interesting. I haven't had to reboot my machine for or get in and out of trade ideas for quite a while now. I used to do that when I was on my break. It seemed to I used to have to do that, but I haven't had to for quite a while now. Hmm. Okay. Thank you. 3026. Okay, guys. I may have to take this little short here. We've got AR. 3026 was the original alert, so it is now broken down through 30. And let me take a look again at what the monthly chart tells me. Yeah, so that was the key. Actually, it's got to get down to here, 2983. So 2530. I mean, there is a ton of room on the monthly chart underneath for AR. So Roth cuts gas stocks as oversupply threatens natural gas prices into 2026. So obviously, yeah, this is gas. So I guess that's the reasoning. I mean, it can't just be Roth, but that must be the reasoning for maybe the overall weakness in gas stocks. How about, I don't look at this ever, but UNG, nat gas companies fall on near record output, cooler weather forecasts. Oh, I see. So cooler weather meaning less air conditioning, I guess. Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much. I've got some thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing too much action on those, and I'm not getting too many new alerts. We'll probably just have to pay attention to this a little bit more. My change in 5 minutes. Let's see. Mizuho maintained coverage with a target of 5, so it's already there. Okay, that's for the GDRX. Trend is still up. The wave in 5 and a 15. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:12. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. All right. So when you click on my homepage link at the very top, here's how. It's been changed. Okay, kind of thing. Rudy. He looks after my homepage. Good idea. So it has not been changed. So there's the promo code. Hopefully, you guys took advantage of it when it was 25%. But here is the promo code right now, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only for the entire year. Please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future. Helps to keep the room free. Scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week, and see if it came back. Trying to come back. So the trigger was 16.15 and it did trigger. I don't know. I'm sure it did not hit the stop. I know there's a stop. I don't know what the stop was. I'm sure it did not hit the stop though in the email you got. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you email us, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you email us. If you're not finding it there, by all means, email us and say, "Hey, signed up, not getting it." So the education section, first thing to do, as always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do these videos. Very short videos that will get you started with trade ideas. It's not going to make you an expert, but at least it gets you understanding about what the capabilities are. And how to create your own alert window, how to create a top list window, things like that. Of course, I'm sharing a lot of things. If you go new, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on the dock channel bar. We have a lot of theme-based channels right here that you can take a look at. They have all sorts of scans in there. If you don't have trade ideas, this is what I would do. I would start off with that second video and go through them all. They're only short. That probably will give you an idea about whether or not you would like to attempt to use this program. Okay? Use it as in take out a subscription. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free. New to trading, back to basics, a free series of videos for you. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've scrolled and you're at the top, just scroll down, middle section, and here they are. These are the ones that I'm currently sharing. They're not all scans. Like this is not a scan. Technically, this is what we call a tree map, a top list window that's been turned into a tree map. This is a scan, the momentum scan. These are scans, continuation or reversal. Pepe's combination scan, which is down here. Those are scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. These are not scans. These are pre-maps. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay. So if you have any questions about anything here or in general about trade ideas, you can certainly ask away. I'm not busy right now. Even when I'm sort of busy, I can usually find a way to help. You know what? I'm just going to put a price alert for bull. It's not going to happen today. It may never happen, but around the 19 mark, taking out these two monthly highs. And then, this was of course, the irrational exuberance, the week, couple of days that it went public. And that is Webull. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I just have a couple of things I have to do. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. That must be the derivation I scream, you scream. We are all scream for ice cream. Is that must be why you were saying that, right, William? Guys, GDRX, not in it, but boy, this has got some. It's got some lift now. That little price alert I got up here, that's that monthly high break, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not far. It's 543. I mean, I'm not saying if it breaks it, it's going to get up to 634, but that is what we're looking at now. Now, here is okay. I'm going to show. So, for instance, here's a little R for GDRX on a 15-minute chart. So let's see if this works. Okay, let's see if this is really resistance. I actually have a lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so there it is. Yeah. So interesting, William. Well, I'm just playing around with this. I have taken a little short on it, and I mean, if it gets up to this level and through it, I'm out. And that high right there. It's hard. I wish it were. Man, it looks like it looks like it's right there. It looks like it's that monthly high also. 543. I do not want to see it get above this 540. If it gets above 540, I'm out of it. I mean, it's a very tight stop I've got. You know what else is I wouldn't call it a blast off, but guys, keep an eye on Wolf now. WULF, WULF. Hold it held 10 again, and it's starting to bounce off 10. WULF. Yeah, well, SNGX, just I don't have it. Do I have thumbnail? Yeah, that is a big you can see the percent right there, guys. So how well did Dual did it ever break the trend? See, right there is where I would have been taking some off. Right about there. Looked like it was flattening out, but not all. You know, it never broke the trend. Now, my guess is on the 2-minute chart, it probably did turn orange for a bit. Yeah, see that right there? Orange just for a bit, but a very flat orange, not a steep, not a steep downward orange. You know, the 15, I mean, it's you see that represents on the 2-minute chart, that's what was happening right there, flattening out. Well, you're getting close to that, 200 day, getting closer and closer. Guys, I'm just waiting on this, GDRX if it can, get into the 20s. I mean, it's still a strong stock, okay? So, it's very strong, but I'm just trying to play around with that little resistance, area. Now, interesting, if I wanted to short this AR, there is a support line now showing up. It's Hard to tell what that number is. You know what I'll do is I'll make boy, it's hard. It looks like it's around 2980 or 81 or so. So that, that's sort of trying to tell you that might be a support area. So, guys, at probably around 2 o'clock, I am going to open a Discord room. Okay. And I want to try, maybe Pepe, you can run me through or show me where I'm supposed to activate the stage in the community. Even though you're probably right. I probably have to pay for that, but where do you do it? And I'll put an invite in here. Probably only have 25 people that it'll handle, but I'll put an invite in here. Anybody wants to come over? Yay! All right. Well, guess what, guys? I guess those buy the support and resistance lines. So that worked out nicely for me on the SNGX. Worked out really nice. Lee. Now, way down here. I'm out of it now, guys. Because again, it's a strong stock. This is a short. Actually, I'm sorry. Wrong stock. I'm looking at my, it's GDRX. I'm sorry. I got those two mixed up. So not quite as, they're both in the 5 range. So I got excited. I thought that was the one that went down to 513. No, this one is coming back in SNGX. You know what? If this takes out 30, I'll probably take this trade AR, and I'm going to because we had the support line down here around 29, and that's where it got into, and that's where it kind of stopped for a while anyway. Ooh, round eight. Good for you, Poe. All right, put a price alert around 30.05 for the AR because it would take out this little area there. The VWAP is way up there. Well, not way up, 30.33. Let's see if it gets close to that. Let's see if that area holds again, act as support. All right, guys. Well, Wolf looked like it wanted to take out 10 and keep going, but it's broken down through 10 again. WULF. All right, how about a new one? BNR. I haven't seen this one all day. BNR. Burning Rock Biotech. China stock. Not a lot of volume. I mean, 16 times normal, and it's only traded 212,000. So you can see that it does not trade very much. If 212,000 is 16 times normal. So I'm going to have to shy away from that. And here's another reason. Look at the spread, 965, 1019. All right, guys. Well, let's see if the AR, I mean, it did have the jump. It got a lot of volume when it came in. And so I'm in right around here is where I'm in it. If it breaks down through 30, I'm out. And these are quick little scalps for me. I'm not looking, I'm just trying to testing out this the R areas for resistance or sorry, support. That was a support area down here. Okay, guys, as I say, I'm just scalping these things. Okay. I mean, I don't have no history at all using the support and the R, the resistance on our chart. So I've taken some off. What I probably would do it anyway, just because the VWAP is approaching. See if we can find some other ones here. Need to, yeah, I don't know how big the chart has to be in order to see those lines, but obviously this is a pretty big 15-minute chart. Not seeing. Okay, guys. Well, listen, it's quarter to two now. I probably will, you know, I want to start that other the Discord room at around 2 o'clock just to test it out again. So if there are any questions, probably a good time to ask between now and two. You can ask questions still afterwards, but I do want to start that Discord room and try to get a little more familiar with it again. There's that R still there for GDRX. I'm not in this anymore, but it is still there. And likewise on the AR. Now I'm going to be watching the AR. I want to see if it breaks through that so-called support area because there's all sorts of room underneath this AR. Well, a bit of choppy action for the NNE, but moving down again. Had the bounce and now down again. There's the VWAP. There is the VWAP. 3260. Yeah, actually, it's remember now this purple line calculates free market data also. Didn't look like there's a lot of it though, but anyway, it does take into account pre-market data. And but 33 looks like the VWAP. I'm going to start I don't know if you're in the room on Friday afternoon, John, but I experimenting with a Discord room, so I'm going to do the same thing. Though people are saying that the sound has been, except for one blip, I think when my music player went out, and I just had to reload it for only one little blip. The sound seems to be pretty good. My harshest critics have said it's okay. And you are one of them, Rich. You are one of them. Well, guys, look at NNE. It did break down through the VWAP. It broke down through the VWAP, and trend is down. There are probably other reasons, but it was downgraded to sell at Ladenburg Thalmann. And I don't know if they're trolling these guys. Oh, I'm kidding, Rich. I'm just kidding. I don't know if they're trolling these guys, but a sell to buy with a $9 price target. I mean, it isn't really trolling, but so this is some kind of a warrant for Cypher. Let's take a look at the stock itself, SIFR, see what it's doing. Doing well. We're having a nice day today on the little buy flag on the daily chart. Hmm. Well, I got out of the AR, obviously too early. Yeah, I don't know if if there will. Well, I mean, there could be a late day runner. We don't know, but I don't see anything that catching my eye right now. A late day runner of one of the ones like the S. Well, I mean, the SNGX could, the SDR GDRX could be a late day runner. They haven't pulled back that much yet. Okay, this is shortable for me. It's a little no, can't do it, can't do it. BNR. I'm seeing the little R, the resistance up here. Spread, that's right. The spread is terrible for this 10:02, 10:38. So I'm not going to even attempt to do it. Okay, what the heck is this wolf doing right now? Several times to get through 10. We're chopping around this 10 level. There is the VWAP. VWAP is at 10:06 approximately. So it's still, hanging around the VWAP area. Well, why don't we put a price alert maybe around the 10:20 mark, 10:16 or so? See if it can clear the VWAP, get rid of this, and maybe go on a late day run. The high was 10:70 or so. So, little refresher on the re-entries, guys. So, a couple of excellent re-entries. The SNGX at 404 before it pulled back to where it is now at 5. Even then, it would still be pretty good from 4. But you remember, it got up to 6 something. And then this one on the short, 507 on the short for Alms. And it pulled up a little bit. It got down to 471. But that's, really, really good little percentage moves. Notice there were no reentries on the other 2. Why? Because they didn't hit the stop. Well, even if they'd hit the stop, doesn't necessarily mean you'll get an alert. Remember, it has to hit the stop and then come halfway between. So for this one, for the GDRX, it would have had to hit 462 at one point and then come halfway between the 476 and the 462. which would have been about 469. Really, guys, again, if you have this, if you have the AI, really pay attention to the re-entries. They're not all going to work like they did today, but okay, guys. Well, it's 2 minutes to two, so I think I'll start a sort of Discord room. Let's see if I can remember how to do all this. And Shady showed me how. Now, you guys should not hear. So, first of all, I do an invite. I know there's a way I can do an invite. I think that is an invite to get into the room. I see Market Frog. I see you're in. So the exercise is really to make sure I'm pretty sure the sound quality is good. I'm pretty sure that the audio, the screen resolution is good. There's Pepe. I see Pepe. So you guys should not hear my music, right? And I'm assuming you can post right in here. That's where I will see a message. And I'll put this in. Somebody wanted me to. I don't know if you're still around in our YouTube room. I will put the invite in. Somebody asked earlier in the YouTube room, where was the Discord link? Okay, guys. Yeah. So you're right. The SNGX may not be over. Longer if it holds over five still. I mean, the high of the day was 625. It's a low float, so you never know. Ton of volume, 158 million. You don't hear me in Discord, okay? Yeah, don't hear me. How about the screen? Do you see the screen? Okay, Market Frog can hear me. Okay, and Market Frog, do you see my screen? Okay, so Market Frog. Let's make sure you're not listening to me in the main room. I'm going to mute myself now. Do you still hear me? See, I'm wondering because you might have been hearing. So, Market Frog, you can actually hear me in the Discord room. Okay. Okay. Wonder why Pepe can't. I see Pepe. There you are. My mic is on. My mic is on everywhere. So I wonder why Pepe can't hear me. How about posting here? I want to see where if you're texting if you're posting anything, is it going in here? Stocks only discussion. I see you're typing, so that's where it's going to go. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that's how. So we do have the different tabs. I set this one up on stocks only discussion. I don't know what that one is, but general market talk. So I can set up the tabs myself. So that's really easy. I don't have to rely on anybody to do that for me. And Market Frog, what is your opinion of how I sound compared to the other room? Just out of curiosity. And how about the resolution? Why Pepe can't hear me? That's kind of weird. So just as good. So there's no big deal or big change. Okay. What about the resolution of my screen to you? There must be a way to zoom in. I just don't know enough about Discord. There must be a way to zoom in. Discord change your output device. Okay. So Pepe, where would I find the stage and community? I just couldn't quite figure out. I see the boosts and all that, but I couldn't figure out where the stage and community is. Yeah, no, I muted myself. I did mute myself. I did because I wanted to make sure that when Market Frog said he was hearing me, he wasn't hearing me from the main room. Okay, click on the TI channel to the left. Right click. Okay, so create. So which one is it from here? Create category or create channel? Okay, create channel. Right, I'll call it test channel. So now, what do I want to do here? Text messages. What else? Voice and video. Okay. I got to do something else first. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. So, guys, please bear with me. And those of you in YouTube wondering why I'm doing this, we may be switching the main, what I call the main room to, oh, it's not there. Is that because I haven't boosted? Oh, okay. Right click again. Okay. Oops. Okay. Engagement or, no. Okay, server settings, or go back again. You want me to go back still, or what do you want me to do? Oh, I see. I don't have what you have. Okay. Now you're not paying for Discord, are you? You're just entering rooms and you're not paying anything, are you? Hmm. So I wonder why I don't have. I wonder if I need another version of it. I wonder if this says an update is ready. I wonder if I should do that. Well, yeah, we're talking about Discord, Ollie, because I may see right now. Okay, the sound is fine in the main room. I mean, it was, but I've had some issues over the last month or two. Some have said the sound is terrible. Some have said it's okay. Um, but the major issue is that the gentleman who looks after our room, this is not from Trade ID, this is a third party. I can't get a hold of him, and he's usually incredibly responsive. So I'm worried that if something really went wrong in this room, I need to be able to do something else. And we used to have Discord. We used to have it, but then we found that couldn't have as many people uh, seeing my screen. But now it appears that there's a way you can boost it, and so I can have almost as many people as I want to see my screen. So that's why I'm just trying to. I know it's probably a little distracting. I get it. I do apologize, but I have to understand how to use this. Yeah, I mean, there shouldn't. I mean, it's not. It should not stop working just like that, Ollie. I mean, I would hope not, and it may never stop working. It's just that again, the gentleman he's been over the years we've had it. Okay, I'm going to write that down, Pepe. Or asking Chat GPT. It's. I have a feeling though. I mean, I haven't updated this forever, so maybe I'll do that and see what happens when I do that. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to. So I will not. So I'm going to be out. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just stop screen sharing and all. I did the update, but I still don't see. Yeah, I just did the update. That was super fast though, but I still don't see it here. All right, I'll have to figure it out. I don't want to drive anybody crazy while I'm trying to do this, so I'll try to figure it out. In the meantime, I will continue to. I'll just start the screen sharing again. It's mainly just to make sure that nothing goes wrong while I'm doing it. Yeah, I would say it's a little bit slow. I mean, we had some nice, some of the like the SNGX and the GDRX were good, but yeah, overall, I would say that yeah, it wasn't that kind of slow. I mean, the SPY's down a little, the Dow's down a little, the Qs are down a little. If you look at the SPYs, I mean, look how just chopping up and down. Yeah, I agree, William. You still want to hang around till 4? I know you said Palo Alto, PANW, was releasing the after hours today. See what it's doing ahead of that. So it's been a sort of a, well, downtrend, I suppose. Well, a little uptrend here, but downtrend. But it's, down 0.66%. So nobody is putting any big bets on direction yet, anyway. Oh, nice. Tedious now, very tedious. I know it's going to be hard to know exactly, but there's no time delay with Discord. I'm wondering if it's completely coordinated with the room, so that if somebody had a problem with my, assuming this the main room continues for a while anyway, but we get some problems, you could listen to me in Discord and see my screen sharing in the main room. Well, if yeah, I mean, if that, so we'll try it tomorrow maybe. I mean, if my sound starts to deteriorate for some of you, you can always start a Discord room. You could listen to me there, but you probably have to watch my screen in the main room because we only have 25 that can do the screen sharing. until I figure out how to get this community to go working. All right, Todd on the SNGX. So you can see, yeah. So it may be the one. It could be the one. With some volume coming in, only 2.5 million in the float. 160 million shares have traded. Surging on FDA orphan designation status. So what William is saying is that the options are calling for a 7.9% move in PANW. The problem is we don't know which direction, but that's what they're talking about as a range. Could be 7.9% on the upside, or it could be 7.9% on the downside. So I'm not sure how that helps. I mean, unless you go to some website that is giving you some pretty decent idea of direction, you know, I don't know, a 65, 70% success, then you could plan to do it in that one direction. There was a volume spike right there too for you, Todd. Yeah, volume spike right there. And we're getting that well, first of all, we're getting a flat transition. You can see the blue wave right there, trade wave, flat right there, and now it's starting to wave up. Could. So I'm hearing people as they come in. I hear a little noise as people come in. I think that's what I'm hearing into Discord. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense, William. So you wait for the move and then okay. Well, here's what I'm going to do for you, Todd. I'm going to put a price alert right up here. Try to induce it upwards for you. Put around 544. Yeah, it's not working yet. That's weird because that blue line disappeared, and I don't know why it did. I thought I forgot to put the price alert in, but I did, and now I see it sort of doubled. Well, 578 would be wow, 578 would be right about, well, that's 561 right there on the 15. So Pepe, is there no zooming in Discord? That is what Market Frog was saying. You cannot zoom in like the other room. Are you sort of a Discord user, Market Frogs? So you kind of know the ins and outs of Discord. It's so easy, isn't it? Just put the price alert, and there's this pop for Todd. And now look how it's starting to turn up. See how that flattened out the wave. It transitioned from orange to blue, flattened out. Give you all sorts of opportunities to take it if you wanted to, and then it's turning up. Okay, why not? What do you want? You want five what? 578. Okay, this is you're getting a little greedy, Todd. But okay, I'll put a 578 trigger. See if I can induce it upward. Is a Well, I do like it because I can control the tabs very easily. I can create my own tabs. I don't have to rely on anybody else, which I have to do with the main room. I do like it, and I'm sure there's other things that I can do that I can't do in the other room without asking for the help. How about we split the difference, Todd? I mean, from what do we know? 178, 150. How about so it's 28 cents? So say 14 cents. So how about I do this about 565? Because I just think you're being a little too greedy. I see we have a few more people coming into the Discord room. So anybody who's in Discord and have not been in the other room, or this is just a test. It doesn't. You know what? It doesn't appear. I mean, I've got my computer is running very, very, very well. I've got YouTube. I've got the main room. I've got Discord. I've got, of course, my brokerage platform. I've got a lot of things running, and yeah, it seems to be fine. There you go. So you cannot zoom in and out. Okay. How about popping out the chat? I could have sworn there was a way to pop the chat out. I wouldn't have to have everything. Right now, about 42%. I don't look at the usage. I just know if my fan goes crazy or not, and it just hasn't. Okay, I got hope for you. You know what? There's a little bug here, guys. There is a little bug because my price alerts have, you can see that. Well, now they're coming back. They sort of disappear and now they come back. Those blue lines are my price alerts. You can see them on my daily chart, and yeah, they were disappearing. Does anyone use? Yes. Now, when you say does any, so you have a question about it, Matthias or Matthias? I see you're in. I think you're also in our. Okay, ask me, and I hopefully I can help you. Okay. Actually, we had a late one. We don't normally get very many late ones. Is that 228? There is no target price. So there is not a target price. How when you sell is going to be up to you. I mean, if the, I hate to be flippant, but if the trade is still working, don't get out. Now, how do you know it's working? Well, you can use a couple of, if you understand how to use TradeWave or activate it on your chart. If you don't know how to do that, I can show you. And just sort of stay in the trade until you get a transition of some sort. So do you know how to activate TradeWave on your chart? It's part of the. So you do know how to do that? No. Okay. So I know you can hear me, and just want to make sure you can see my screen before I keep going. Just have to say yes. Okay. So what you do is this. So if you right click on a chart, you should have an option down here that says use browser interface. Notice I've got it checked. If you have it checked already, then I'll take you to the next step. But if you don't have it checked, check it. Okay, I'm pointing right at it. So okay, so now it should be checked. Now the next thing is now it depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're using. See what I'm pointing at the top here? You could have an option that says FX. See the heart, the clock. Do you have an option that says FX? Okay. See, in the version I'm on, it's here, but I can click on it anyway. Now, click on FX, and then a little box will pop up, and you should get one of the options should be TradeWave. Click on TradeWave, and once you do that, that'll start the wave. Yeah, TradeWave. Okay. I'll do it, but this is a toggle on and off. So you see, my wave just disappeared, and so I'm going to click on it again, and it'll come back. Okay. So you should see some form of a wave now. Doesn't matter what chart you're looking at. You should see some form of a wave, and I don't know what time, and it works on all time. Well, works. I mean, you can activate it on all time frames. So whatever your favorite time frame is, you might have two of them. You might have two or three intraday. That's fine. So the idea would be this. Now, I will say this: the trade wave for me works probably better on not the low float ones, because on the low float ones you can get some wild moves. Okay, even if the theory is this: if it's orange, you see what I'm pointing at here, then it's in a downtrend, and all of a sudden it turned blue, and that means you're starting to get into an uptrend, and it's still blue. So if you had taken the trade right here, never mind the AI, okay, just in general, if you had taken the trade right here at around $5, and then you could be riding it now. You could be riding it, because it has not transitioned to orange. Now, the problem is that because this only has this one specifically is only 2 million in the float, you could get a spike down and, which would actually pierce the wave and then come right back up. Pretty hard to hold, if that happens. Right now, that hasn't happened. So if we look at Duo, a little more bigger market cap, Duolingo. So you can see on a 15-minute chart, okay? Depends on your time frame. If you just looked at a 15-minute chart, this has been in a solid trend all day long. Notice right there, if you can see what I'm pointing at, this is the 30 minutes before. See how it pierced it a bit, but did not close below and it did not turn orange. You see, for me, if I were in this trade right here, I'd be holding. Maybe I would take some off right there when it pierced the top of the wave, but I would keep in the trade. How I use this, it allows me to keep in the trade a lot longer. As I used to be, as jumpy as the next person. I get a little downturn. I've made some money. I was in here, get a little downturn, get a little jumpy. Okay, I better take my profit and go. Now what I'm able to do, sure, I don't mind taking some profit, but I hold on to a stock a lot longer now. So consequently, there's no profit target. Okay, in anything. What's the profit target here? I don't know. I mean, there is the, just using Duolingo as an example. There is the 200-day moving average. That's not a profit target, in my opinion. It's just an area you got to be awfully aware of. It might be just semantics. Some people could say, well, I'm going to put my profit target up here, but I don't put profit targets. As long as the trade is still working, I'll keep in the trade. All I do is look left to see where it could keep going before it hits any sort of resistance. That's all I do. And if it keeps going and if it goes through that resistance, I'm gonna still be in the trade. I'm not going to get out. Now, if I were in Duolingo and it was approaching and I wasn't out anything, sure, I would get out some because the 200-day moving average can be a real resistance area. But if this remains blue and it gets into the 200-day, I probably still wouldn't get out any. Assuming I had got out some before, I would probably be holding on to see, well, you never know, to get through that. So, I think even Alms is another, Alms was a short from our AI on now. Matthias, if you're not doing this, or I would add this reentry price column. Okay. First of all, if you're looking at the AI, this is all I would look at, okay? I would just look at this window and this window only. I would not go to our channel. I think it's too cluttered. I think there's just too much information coming at you, okay? And so this is the only window I would look at all day long. And if you don't know how, just click on New from the toolbar, and then see where I've got 3. Oh, you're there. Okay, you are there. Okay. So for other people with their AI, pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window you're going to see. The only other thing I would do is I would get rid of. It's very possible that profitable trades is checked. Okay, so you're not seeing all the trades all day long, or all the alerts all day long. I would uncheck it so you can see them all day long, because sometimes maybe the AI was a little bit early in getting to something and it's dropped down. Maybe it's setting up at a lower price for you. Okay, good. Now, do you have the reentry price column also? You have that. Okay, well then you're good to go. You know it all, because there's a theory that I actually try to practice if I'm going to use the AI at all. Is just wait for reentry. I don't need to take a trade at 940. And you may not get any. You may not. Today we got 2 and they were excellent, obviously. A reentry at 404 for SNGX, and before it pulled back at all, I mean, it got up to what, six something. Yeah, I don't even look at that. I think that would be if you risked $100 a trade or something like that. Or I don't personally, I just don't concern myself with that. But I think it's based on. I think I probably have to go up here. So it looks like, yeah, based on $100 risk and getting $5,000 per trade. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. It is. It would be the total. You're welcome. Okay, Edric. I'm new here, and all I have is this window. So what do you mean by that exactly? When you say this window, you mean this? Oh, okay. Okay, well then you now at this point. So when you say you're new, you mean you're new to trade ideas? You're just starting out with trade ideas? Okay. So I don't know if you've done this already, but I strongly encourage that you do this as a start, okay? Just give me a moment. Okay, so I put in my homepage link. Okay, so if you click on it, okay, you click on it, and I'm assuming you can see my screen. And if you scroll down to the education section right here, click on the more info, and you see where it says getting started with trade ideas. So I don't know if you've done that. If you haven't done that, you have to do this first. I don't know if you've done that. They're just short videos to get you started. Because right now, what you've got, you just got a toolbar. Now this shows you how how you can create an alert window or a top list window, introduction to charts, etc. I'm sharing my scans, for instance. If I went up here, and you clicked on my homepage link, these are scans that I am actually sharing that you could have if you wanted them, but you have to know how to do it. So I'll just show you how you could have one scan. Okay, just but I don't know if you've already done those videos, but you really have to do that first. They're just short videos, just to get you started, so you don't have an idea about how to move around. So, for instance, if you wanted the momentum scan, so you would click on this is it, the momentum scan right there. It's called Momo. So you just click on it, open scan, and it's going to load up here. Now, this it depends on your browser. Sometimes it'll create a new tab, but here it's just right here. Now I just highlight it. I'm highlighting it. Just Control C, press down. I'm highlighting it. So it's all highlighted, and then I control. I'm sorry, not Control C. Just the Control key. Sorry, Control. I think you know how to highlight, right? I'll do it again. So the Control key, press down on your keyboard, and now left mouse it. I'm just moving the mouse over. Now I've highlighted it all. Now I copy it. Control C. Now I'm going to copy the link. Copy that link, and then I go up to my toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, because it's in the cloud now. Now I want to load it from the cloud, and you'll notice that this string right here ends in 1731E. If you've done it correctly, it's the same string. Then you load it. Then it'll be on your screen. Okay, it'll be on your screen as an example. But if you haven't done the videos, I would really look at that first, okay? They're not long, but it should get you at least started. You can also take a look at, if you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. These are all a bunch of theme-based channels that we've got. with different scans in each. So if you're looking for after hours, stocks that are moving down now, going down, stocks that are moving down. I mean, there's a lot in here. You don't have to learn everything. You don't have to learn everything that's in a channel. We put them theme based so that if you only want to go long something or opening range breaks, but don't get too overwhelmed by thinking you have to learn absolutely everything in trade ideas. You can start off, but at least you've got the toolbar. That means you at least downloaded it correctly. And you can always come back in, okay, to the room. I'm going to be shutting down pretty soon, but the room, I get on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time, okay? But the main room is actually open at 7:30, and you're in the main room. It's actually open at 7:30. Well, are you new to trading? Also, Idrik, are you new to trading? Not just new to trade ideas, but are you new to trading? Because if you're new to trading, okay, well, because what I'm going to say, we do have, on my home page, in the education section, there is this back to basics also, okay, which is designed free, designed for people who are new to trading. So if you're not new to trading, then if you click on I know you don't have these, but if you click on a symbol, you have an idea of what the chart is trying to tell you. Now, I don't, it does, it depends on the time frames you're using and all that, but you have an idea at least about what the chart is trying to tell you, the story. Because that's the whole thing. I mean, there are people who take trade ideas and they don't have any background in trading. Trade ideas is not going to really help you. It's going to generate the ideas based on, you can create your own scan from scratch. You can take mine, but it's going to generate ideas for you. But it doesn't mean that every idea that pops into a scan or something here that you're just going to automatically take it. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to stop the Discord stream. Okay, I'm going to stop that. So so far, I mean, it's a success. Well, when you say with the education, what do you mean by the education? I mean, the videos? Is that, those videos that I was talking about? Getting started with trade ideas? When you oh, I yes. Okay, so if you click on my link, yes, I'm sorry. So you're talking about the education, yeah, click on the more info. Click on the more info in the education section, sorry, I think that's what you meant. Start off there, yes, and then getting started with trade ideas, okay? They're very short videos just to get you started. Doesn't mean you're gonna be an expert, of course, after you see them. I think there are 8 or 9 videos. Probably don't have to do the first one because you've already obviously, you have logged in, you have a toolbar, okay? So that's what I would definitely do first. Won't take you long. I mean, they're just short videos. Okay, guys. Well, I think again the success with in the Discord room, you guys can hear me well and you can see the screen very well. So That's a good first step. So I'm going to stop my streaming and I'm going to disconnect from Discord. Harpreet, okay, how can I make a screen setup like yours? Well, so if you click on my homepage link, I'll put it in again. Oops, wrong one. Sorry, just give me a moment. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, at the very top, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down a bit, and the middle section, my scans, right here, and then you view the scans. So now, understand this is what I like to see. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what you're going to like to see. But this one is this is the biggest changes in 5 minutes. Okay, percentage wise, right now, based on the filters that I've got in place, like filters meaning a price range, minimum volume, things like that. So this is active all day long. You'll see different stocks come in all day long, and that's what this one is. Now, so I don't have a layout for you. I have the individual scans that I'm displaying that you can kind of pick and choose what you want. You know how to get if opening this. You know how to get this onto your screen. As an example, I'm going to pick this one or the momentum scan right here. You know how to get that onto your screen by clicking on the link and then going to file, load from cloud and all. Do you know how to do that? Oh, good. Okay. Well, then basically then it's sort of a la carte. You may not want everything that I've got here. Okay. So at this point, this is what I use in the pre-market as an example. I do have a pre-market layout. So tomorrow, depends what time you come into the room. The room is, I get on the mic at about 9 and then I start displaying my pre-market actives up and down. But the room is actually open at 7:30 Eastern time. But this is what I use in the pre-market. The active one's up and the actives one down. Actives one down. This is the momentum scan that you see. This is the halts resumes is down here. Then this is the 5 minute change is up here. Now I'm not, and this is the single stock window is down here. Now the single stock window again. This is what I want to see. These are just filters. You know, so this happens to be this is the information I want displayed. But maybe you want more fundamental information. Maybe you want earnings per share, quarterly growth, stuff like that. I personally don't care about that, but you may. So this just happens to be what I want to see. And as far as the charts are concerned, to load a chart, you just click on new and then chart window, and that's it. And then you can have, I've just got the three charts here. This is the time frame I want to see. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. It depends on the time frame that you like. I happen to have a 5 and a 15 and a daily chart here. So if you understand how to load from my homepage those scans, once you've done that, don't forget to save your work. And maybe you've created a couple of charts and you can just file, and then where it says save or share to cloud, I would click entire layout and then give it a name. Maybe Harpreet's first layout, whatever name makes sense to you, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. If that's what you want to see tomorrow when you open trade ideas, and when you exit trade ideas, you click on file and then click on exit. It's going to ask you, okay, I'll exit. Is this the layout you want when you come back? And you just say yes. So when you exit trade ideas and then tomorrow or later on today, if that's what you want to do, let's say tomorrow, you load trade ideas and that'll be the layout you see. And you can come into the room, okay? I mean, this room is like this Monday to Friday. I'm on the mic between 9 and I've actually gone overtime today. Usually I'm done by about 2 to 2:15, so gone a little overtime today, which is okay. I don't mind answering questions. I'll always stick around if there are questions. Pepe, the screen sharing is gone, right? In just want to make sure in Discord. I think I did it correctly. Okay, guys, so I'm getting ready to. Oh, you closed Discord. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. I'm sure I did it right. I can. Okay, guys. Well, I think I'll take off now. Good. I'm glad there were questions. I love sticking around for questions. So as I said before, first of all, thanks for all the help all day long. Thanks for putting up with going into Discord trying to get this thing working in case we really have to do it. And the room will be open tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern Time. Chris Varley from Trade Ideas will open the main room. The main room. I call this the main room. Okay, at 7:30. I'll open our YouTube room at about sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and then I'll get on the mic at 9. So William says he'll probably keep the room. I'll be gone in about 1 minute. William says he'll keep the room open though. Not YouTube though. I have to shut down YouTube. The main room, he'll keep it open probably till about 4. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to stop the stream in YouTube.